All right, hello everybody. Welcome back. We are now going back to the moody and dark Tyranny RPG. Let's see here. I need to change a couple things. For some reason, yeah, we need to get back into the channel. Where'd that go? There we are. Why are you not on this? Just weird. Okay. That is not doing what it needs to. It's not updating the game. Let's do that. And our game is not showing. Now, why is our game not showing? Well, I try to get this set up. It's a blustery day outside. Whew. Went to go get gas and pick up a couple things, and some heavy winds coming through, which is odd because the winds were coming from the south, and yet there were heavy clouds coming from the east, so it doesn't make any sense why that was the case. My goodness, why is this capture window just not working? My. This is so odd. Why is it not seeing the game? Crimey's sake, why? 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 Oh yes, why did you have to be such a nuisance?
Will do.
Let me go ahead and run in the game for a second here, see if I can get it to capture. It's always jumped in, and I don't know why it's not doing it now. It's very odd. Let me exit the game and get back into it. Maybe that'll fix it. There we go. I think it just needed to catch it again. All right.
I've got it.
So I added another thing. So I have now activated commands into the chat. I only have one command that really just. So if you ever join into the if you're joined into the chat, now we're in the future. If you do exclamation point commands, it will now show you the commands that you should have available to you. I only have one. It's for lurk, for people who are here but don't necessarily want to talk. Just lets me know that you're here. It's very basic at the moment. I might upgrade it. I might update it, make it a little bit nicer in the future. But for right now, not a whole lot that's going to be there. So Anyway, because we took a day for the break, let's do a quick reminder of what we did. So we ended up breaking the Edict of Storms, and we are now figuring out what we're going to do now. So we found out when we came to Sentinel Stand, we were going to get rid of the leader here, the Regent, and we did so. However, in the time since then, Amelia fell for her son, and had a kid with him. So when we killed the Regent, the edict didn't end because his bloodline still ran off. We found a bloodless way to solve it, rather than, offing a baby. We found out that she could just abdicate, and that solved the problem. So, Amelia is now going to go back to Ironhearth and try and reconcile with her father. I don't know how that's going to turn out, but at least it won't be by my hand, it'll be by his. I'm hoping he'll show a little bit of mercy, but I don't know if he will, considering the fact that he actually suggested that she might do something nasty. We've got a couple things here, so it looks like we got a missive from one of our fellow Fatebinders. You are correct. There are spires all over Terratus. The exact distribution of these monuments fueled all sorts of debate and speculation, but two facts seem commonplace. Most spires are built near old walls. Your Mount Spire is a notable exception. And near every culture that predates Kairos had some local myth to explain the builders of these spires. I believe the Tearsmen cite the older realms as their local name for the spire old wall architects, but nobody knows for sure. And of course, where Kairos has brought pauper civilization, the origin of the spires simply isn't discussed in good company. Here's what I think you need to know. First, the spires behave as arcane lodestone. There's a constant feel of magical strength around a spire. If you imagine a mystic sea resting atop our world, the spires seem to spin and churn this magic, creating a spell cast with even modest effort will materialize with powerful results. So basically kind of like an amplifier. Secondly, and I say it most tellingly, Kairos has laws against entering the old walls, but there are no laws against the spires. You could infer from this that means Kairos has no issue with the late folks messing with the spires, but wishes to keep them safe from the old walls. Or you could think like an overlord and know that if you place a rule against something, it makes forbidden desirable. Now I find it telling that Kairos forbids the hallways that leads to the spires, but does not paint a target on the spires themselves. Last but not least, as a young Fatebinder, I once had to oversee a case of a man who had built a shrine to Kairos around the base of a spire in the far southeast. I could find no evidence of falsity or slander. His shrine was the most revered and loving tribute as I'd ever seen. At one point, though, this man claimed he had evidence that Kairos was here back in -50. He had merely uttered those words, and my senior binder swung the axe then and there. Being the new girl at the court, I said nothing, but I have long wondered why such a comment should require death instead of traditional removal of the tongue. Fatebinder Mythos. Okay, so we're finding out a little bit more about how Kairos came to be, because remember, this game starts after Kairos has kind of tried to take over and suffered out the rebellions, but we know nothing beforehand for the most part. However, we have found out that Kairos is a female, and that basically any delve into her origins is swiftly met with death, meaning she's trying to cover stuff up. I find that a little disconcerting. They keep us safe in our hands. Repairs are already underway. Also came a little prepped with some snacks today, so I shouldn't have to leave my chair or the stream for the time being. Hopefully. Ash will want to hear about what we've accomplished here. I'll hang back and oversee repairs of the defenses. Okay, so we've taken Sentinel Stand, so it is now part of ours. It does look like I have a chat with Ebb that I can...
That's twice now you've undone one of Kairos' edicts. If you're trying to invite the wrath of the Overlord, good job. The Edict of Storms promised to be the death of the peninsula. I have no idea how the Unbroken lasted as long as they did. What with the blighted crops, obliterated roads, and the erratic flooding. What is it you need?
Let's return to our travels. So, you probably will get a little bit of sound coming through on my mic. I've got a fan going right now. It's gotten warm in my room, and I'm trying to figure out why. I have my PC in here, and that might be the reason. My room is normally a little warmer than everywhere else in the house. But for the last couple days, it's just gotten a little too... just slightly muggy in here. and I think it's because it's just heat. I need to probably, after the stream, I probably just need to take a look and see if my computer's running hot. It rarely does. If it ever does, it's usually cooking something really, it's usually, doing something really extensive. So, if you see a little, just a little sound out of my mic, well, you won't see it, but if you hear a little something, that's probably what it is. It's just the fan on my desk. So, okay, so I think we want to go to Ironheart and see what happens to Amelia. I hope it's not bad. Really hope it's not bad, because I don't want that to happen. She took the worst of a bad situation and just ran with it, and I can't fault her for that, so. Yeah, and discuss next move with Graven Ash. If they're in the daytime, or evening, probably. So in terms of record, I feel comfortable with what happened yesterday, playing Lego Star Wars. I liked the change of pace. I think it'll help me avoid game burnout if I'm swapping between a couple games. And it turns out that looking at everything that I have to do for Lego Star Wars, it's going to take about as long as beating this game. So, in all aspects, I probably will finish this game before I finish Lego Star Wars, and we can start another game. Probably will do a shorter game, but we'll have to see. Great Sentinel stand as ours. Oh, how I relish tearing down every vestige of the unbroken and burying the standard of that corrupt realm. It's a great victory for this disfavored. What's more, we are delivered from the Edict of Storms. Well, that's right. We don't have this whole region was covered in a storm, so now we don't have that anymore. My runners speak with you in glowing terms, though I instruct them specifically not to report on your deeds in too much detail. I want to hear it all but from the source. I would know more about how it felt to stand in the center storm as the Overlord's magic dissolved around you. Let's talk about Amelia. You have seen her restored to my keeping. She is safe in Ironheart. In spite of myself, I am pleased to have her home. Nods and releases a heavy sigh. The tension in his shoulders lifts, if only for a moment. She is taken to her quarters and speaks not of what transpired during her long imprisonment. I instructed her guard to offer space to rest, and regain her strength. So far she keeps to herself. She has not sought her father's counselor either. She frowns in this deep in thought. You must be weary from travels. I am eager to hear your account, but I will understand if you need to gather your thoughts. It's a joyous day, and I would not spoil it with impatience. Let's go over the success at Sentinel Stand. The Seed of Regents and the Tarnished Gem of Stalwart. I anticipated this, so tell me, what do you have to report? Seredius Harridan is dead. It's gratifying to hear. The coward spent too long crouched behind the walls of Sentinel Stand and serves none of Kairos' mercy. The Regent's family was an inbred and corrupt line of failed rulers. They had neither the courage nor the grit to lead their realm to prosperity as they demonstrated. Stalwart is much improved by their absence. The Edict of Storms has ended. I have breathed fresh air for the first time since I returned to Ironheart. You managed to accomplish what my forces could not. More importantly, you have abated Kairos' anger for the time being. The great stalemate of the conquest ended. Surely we have earned the favor of Tunon and Kairos alike. Every deed you accomplished in the name of this favored proves our right to rule these lands. Ash balls a fist enthusiastically pumps it into the air. How does it feel, Fatebinder? I have not had the distinction of breaking the edict much in several. I felt less like breaking the spell and more like absorbing it. Strange distinction. I would offer you some comforting assurance that this will pass, but that would be an empty promise. Your actions of venturings well have caused us to all expect more. See you ever prepared to shoulder as a legal clerk. Living up to your admittedly high expectations will do more than merely get you through this war. There are greater things to come once the dust settles. So what are our next steps? Okay, the Blade Grave region is now controlled by disfavored. First things first, my soldiers reported on your activities at the Blade Grave. Saw what happened when you broke the Edict of Storms. The power of this edict flowed through you like the wind. No one could account for it, but I have my suspicions. You are becoming powerful, perhaps in ways I don't even understand. There's a connection between edicts and what happened in Ascension Hall. I'm still putting the pieces together. I appreciate your honesty and your introspection. Still, you walk a dangerous path. I would not want it to reflect poorly on the Legion. These are tools beyond the ken of people and Archons alike. Take care that you don't overstep your bounds. Kairos' hierarchy. Someone always knows this. Yeah, a couple powerful people have, I think. With that out of the way, let us return to the matter of the war. Our position in the tiers is strengthening by the day, but there is work still to be done. It's time to broaden your scope in this war. There are two legions of interest. Either of them would strengthen our hold on the realm. Lethian's Crossing is home to merchants and the skilled forge-bound artisans. Boarding Library is the home of the all-knowing sages before Kairos reduces to cinders. I will head to Lethian's Crossing. Since you were kind enough to leave the crossing in the hands of my legion after your stint as governor, I think you should find the settlement most accommodating. Jeez, once again. I got the streamer burps. Forgebound are critical for keeping Kairos' forces armed, and we should work to shield them from the trials of this war. A Forgebound master is making their way to Lethian's Crossing right now. Her name is Zendaya? Zendenia? Zendenia, there we go. It should be best to intercept her first. We recognize the value of her and her fellow artisans, then others will inevitably arrive at the same conclusions. Another lives in one of the settlement's meager hovels. Eldian, they call him. He may know more about the region. Very well. Alright. So good. She's back. Didn't speak of the baby. But at least Amelia's back. Though, not in the wonderful, happy-go-lucky father reunited with daughter kind of deal, so, unfortunately. However, I think it's time we paid the Brotherhood a visit. Camping will use one set of camping supplies. Maybe I need to do camping more often. Who knows? So, from a previous thing, we had wanted to go back to the Sunset Spire, but we got all the way to Iron Hall Trail, and we got stopped by the Bronze Brotherhood. We're now going to go back there, and I'm pretty sure we just have to get rid of the Bronze Brotherhood. To the right of the road, a broad basin opens, the tall grass shifting quietly in the light breeze like the waves on the open sea. A silver ribbon of stream winds across the panorama, and you make out a small group gathered on the water's edge. Approach the group. Spying your approach, the Snigglers snatch up their baskets and poles and scatter, bolting in two groups, each following the river in opposite directions. Their shouts and laughter rides the wind to you, so we can either pursue upriver, pursue downriver, or leave them be. Their shouts and laughter right... we'll leave them be. Having stated your curiosity, you return to the road and continue on your journey. I saw nothing wrong with that. I'm sure it would have been something far more interesting, but the fact that they were laughing and stuff, Just fellows with maybe a little mischief in their hearts. Can't blame them for that. All right. So we're now back here with this headstrong leader of the Brotherhood. Let's see if we can make our way from here. Still around, Fatebinder? You decided to move on already. Tell me what you want or leave. I'm not welcoming in your land. This is not your land anymore. Such arrogance is a precursor to a mighty fall, Fatebinder. I might not currently have control of Lethian's Crossing. No, possessions are fleeting. Lethian's Crossing is my home, and your imagined control over our lives doesn't change that fact. Welby, I think, was the second in command. What's so important about these bodies? Some Kairos' army who wandered too far from Lethian's Crossing. He spits on the nearest body and makes a obscure gesture. Sleep well when they are dead in the ground, no place they're worthy to be. Oh boy, that's gonna get bear company. If you're looking for trouble, here it is. I knew you could be trusted, cad. Forces of Kairos always show their true face if pushed. Ramon retreats, calling his men as he runs. Guards, we have a snake on our midst. 2 arms! Wow.
I am a sheep.
Didn't even want to fight.
Shield wall to myself.
Watch and learn.
Smash to pieces.
Will do.
That's how it's done.
It'll take more than that. I'm
Right,
enjoying this
face
a bit
my
too
iron.
much.
On it.
Oh, dangerous misinformation. Oh dear. Still in the storm. Dear Fatebinder, Jedith, Freelance, your actions still stand and once again supply the rumor mongers of the Bastard City with stories to peddle. Some seem to think of you a cunning twist of legalese intended to display some great support for the people stalwart. That, of course, only leads to speculation about which people stalwart you intend to benefit, the unbridled upstarts or the corrupt old queens. Others fiercely believe you unraveled the Overlord's edicts to prove that you could, as if a sliver of cleverness could bring Kairos low. As a scholar, I prefer primary sources to gospel, so allow me to ask you, Pliny, why did you choose to spare the child? Tell him it was the right thing to do. When faced with a choice to save a child or consign it to death, I chose to save it. What does it seem so strange a thing to me? That does not seem so strange a thing to me. A decision could be fulfilled. The last ruling house of Stalwart met its end in the Blade Grave. Need nothing more into it than that. Yeah, let's go with that. You've proven your cleverness in the face of an apparently impossible choice. Would I have been so wise in the same situation? I cannot say. I only know that I do not envy your mission. I must urge caution, however. Some who watch your actions may be more alarmed than amused. Will they be able to convince themselves that the Overlord crafted the Edict of Storms with this loophole in mind? Or will they see in your choice an alternative that cannot be set on parchment? Hope you soon make an effort to join us in the Court of Bastard City. I often feel it too long since we last whispered in the dark corners of Terratus. You've experienced so many of them as of late. Perhaps I can provide illumination. Callio. Fuel for the flame. Dearest Fatebinder, champions of Tunon's Gavel, slayer of choirmen. We hope you recognize that we bear you no ill will. Who understands treachery, if not the Archon of Secrets. We've always held the very highest esteem for the work of other specialists of the arts duplicitus. Make no mistake, dear Fatebinder, after your little performance at Vedrian's Well, and with such a flair for theatrical illumination, you have ascended in our estimate. We trust you will understand that when we peel the flesh from your bones and squeeze the bile from your quivering innards, it's strictly out of artistic integrity and occurs the ode of a fellow professional. Nothing personal at all. I'll take it personal. My goodness! But enough about our friendly rivalry. Do you enjoy the company of our little spy? Her dance never fails to inspire us. Most pleasant quivers. We have a gift for her, delivered through you due to the girl's questionable faculty with letters. We've learned that one of our birds that a mercenary in Haven has been absolutely gloated about slaying her sisters. His boast even secured him working some crossing merchant. Show her the sigils on the reverse. She'll know what they mean. Voice of Narad, Archon of Secrets and Master of Cacophony. Opposite page contains several rough, ink-scratched symbols that look like nothing more than a child's pictographs of their favorite animals. Send your thanks. Receiving your missive was an unexpected pleasure. Verse informed. Doubtless this will end in blood. Let's go back. Respond rudely. With all due respect, shove off. I like that better. Yeah, I don't like the Archon of Secrets. He's a
I got it.
douchebag. Just straight up a douchebag. We're gonna go ahead and just leave without killing everybody in the Brotherhood. Just get their sons inspired. All right. Get there just as it's breaking dawn.
It's a tough job being so remarkable all the time.
All right, so she ended up getting an upgrade. Let's do that. All right. Now it looks like we're going to have her have that. Unspent talent points. Oh, yes. What are we going to throw on her now? Strong interrupt. That might be smart to have. President's fighting this nearby Bane. There's a thought. That could help her defense. What's her staff right now? Her staff is ice, isn't it? It is a frost staff, right? Yeah. And it also has freezing on parry, frozen for 6.7. Okay. Now she does have some other ones, but that's when people get too close to her. She can't cast that all the time. Let's upgrade her magic armor. That might help a little bit. And then let's go ahead and talk to the merchant. As you approach the entrance to Lethian's Crossing, you see two figures talking intently with each other. Woman points north as she talks. I don't know if we can afford to stay here. The region is too unstable and our business is suffering because of it. If I have to pay one more toll or hand over more guard money, I won't have two rings to rub together. But where will we go? There isn't a single place in the tiers that's safe. Maybe we go to Sentinel Stand Keep. Rumors the storms there have died down. How about... The woman stops speaking when she sees you. Fatebinder, you grace us with your presence. She bows and smacks her assistant on the back of the head. After a moment, the young man bows too. Who are you? Me? Oh, Fatebinder, I'm simply a humble merchant, and certainly am no consequence. My assistant and I were just trying to determine where we should go next. Conducting business in Lethian's Crossing has become a little too volatile for my liking. What seems to be the issue here? Other than my desire to leave this town before its leaders cause it to collapse in on itself? Well, Finder, I'm not one to speak ill of Kairos' men, but this favor of currently controlling Lethian's Crossing, and I'm not sure they're entirely qualified for the job. They give a very stern watch over everything. No one I know is happy having them around. Now, I wouldn't normally say it, but I wager my last ring, the Scarlet Chorus, might even be better. If you're certain that you need to deal with them, the current disfavored leaders in town with Vintara. And she leans in and lowers her voice. However, if you need to speak to someone, I suggest you find Eldian. He's the true leader of this town. Fair, knowledgeable, and very level-headed. She points to the east, beyond the river flowing through town. Both of them can be found over there. Vintara likes being outside when she can take control over everything that's happening. Eldian is probably at his house, near where Vintara is stomping around. What else can you tell me about Lethian's Crossing? What's there to say? Lethian's Crossing is just coming on into its own. The center of commerce for the tiers, frequented by merchants from all over. She sighs and looks around. With the recent unpleasant events, trade has all but dried up around here. We're lucky to get business at all. With a new toll being enforced on the road to town, it's a wonder anyone comes here anymore. Tell me about the seal I found in Benjamin's well. I don't recognize it, but one of the other merchants might. Between us all, there has to be someone who's seen it on their travels. Thank you for your time. My pleasure, Fatebinder. Good luck in your endeavors, and may you always have a ring within reach. That is a beastman. Kind of curious. Here, let's go over to these settlers. Let's swap this around. I don't think... Welcome to Lethian's Crossing, Fatebinder. Oh,
Sorry, can't do that.
Soldier salutes you. While his favor respects your authority as representative of Tunon, Lethian's Crossing is under our protection, so watch your actions while in town. We will maintain order, no matter who starts trouble. Is there anything that can help you with? Who's in charge here? The garrison commander of the crossing is Ironguard Vintara. She's in charge of keeping the settlement safe and monitoring the forge bound. Otherwise, speak with Elliot. He's the town elder, and who you'll have to speak to about local problems. Points to the east. Both of them can be found in the ground tier in the Moonrise district. What kind of merchants do we have here? You'll find pretty much anything you want, for the most part. Lethian's Crossing is a large trading hub, and lots of goods come through sea. It comes through the area. Yeah, I can't speak today. Once again, I can't speak. I will speak to you later. If you haven't already, check in with the Ironguard from Tara. She'll want to talk to you. Alright. Oh, this is a big map. Woo! My goodness. Well, while we're here... Trash Panda power is activated.
I'll see what I can do.
If I make that an alert, there'll be Trash Panda powers activate. Ooh! Ooh! Oh! Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Entropic. One armor penetrated by attacks when inflicting crits. Interesting. Let's go into our armor, because I saw a fancy bit of pants. Actually, it's boots, but yeah, you know what I mean. You know what I meant. Alright, let's see here. Heavy bronze boots. Ooh. Okay, one armor. 1.5 slash and shock armor. A bit more to crush and corrode armor, and just a touch more recovery. But this doesn't have the recovery. It has a little bit more armor, though. That is a curious choice. Let's go ahead and pull these out. And try them on. And compare. Okay, so one gets the recovery but less armor. Amount of time a character spends between actions. Armor would have larger effective recovery with heavy weapons, and more damage weapons inflict longer recovery times. I'm getting 0.1 that's tiny in comparison, in my mind. I've got so many things in my party stash, I probably should start getting rid of things. When we next find a merchant, I'll start selling some stuff. Where's to sell if you... I'm curious. Hate stench of humid den place. Burns snout. It's bitter like bile. Good day, my fine friend. Is you all matter of provisions? There's no telling what might befall you on your travels. Does tell you anything about this? I found it in Vendrian's well. Don't recognize it, but one of the other merchants might notice. Okay. I know we'll find something you need. Good pile of stands on this. Okay. Ooh! We got some exquisite stuff. Vile tongue. One-handed... What now? Is it a dagger? That's the thing. I can really find what the weapon type is. I mean, it's a one-handed weapon, but is it a sword? Is it a dagger? What is it? Anyway, we're going to open up our pack here, and we're going to get rid of some things. A lot of bows I just don't need. A lot of cheap swords. Oh my gosh, I'm actually making quite a bit of money. Woo! Keep this up, I might actually break into irons. We'll toss out anything that is not a good quality. If I was using it already, I would already be using it already if I could. So there. Is that sword that we found at that one time? His favorite iron sword? Stalwart great axe. What's that bronze dagger? Stalwart bronze sword. It's hammer. It's mace. A couple more of these things here. This shield. Oh, had I known I could just click on the thing, that would have been great. Okay, you remember that in the future. I could just click on them and send them off. Yeah, porn came up with you. Spare parts, yes. And that's good. Alright, what's gonna trade? Cool, we broke into the Iron Ring category now. Sweet. Alright. Let's see, who else can we talk to? Oh, it looks like Lawrence and Wallace are having a little bit of a titter here. And you know the law, these products are contraband. You're not allowed to bring them into or sell them at Lethian's Crossing. Fatebinder, your assistance, please! I need your help before this brute takes my belongings. What is the issue here? It's robbery. That's the issue here. The soldier stopped me and is going to confiscate my goods. I need you to abdicate. You know the situation is not that simple, Lawrence, and if you wish to petition for the adjudication, I'll present my case to the Fatebinder. If you bring me into this, you must abide by my decision. Do you both agree? Of course I do. I am in the right, and I know you will see things my way. I'll abide by your decision, Fatebinder. To Laurent, what is your grievance? We merely wish to sell these items here in town. The goods themselves are not against the law, and there's nothing wrong with them, but Alice is trying to confiscate them. Why are you threatening to confiscate this man's goods? He's attempting to bring goods obtained from illegal sources. We do not allow Chorus-bought products to be sold in Lethian's Crossing. This policy is well known. You should not be surprised that we are taking the good. You are attempting to sell goods from an illegal supplier? Where we got them is of no consequence. The goods themselves are not illegal and are needed in Lethian's Crossing. The petty feud between this favored and Scarlet Horse has no bearing in this transaction. These goods aren't illegal? Why would you confiscate them? Purchase and sale of items are both Bronze Brotherhood and Scarlet Horse are legal. The law is the law. Just because someone doesn't agree with the law doesn't mean they can't ignore it. The problem is that if that's the law, I kind of wish I knew who enacted the law. That seems a little silly. However, I'm ready to make my decision. Do either of you have anything else to say? These goods can benefit the people of Lethian's Crossing, and it would be a waste to destroy them. We should be allowed to sell them here. These goods were obtained through illegal means. They should be confiscated. They're breaking the law. Everything else is irrelevant. Ooh, okay, so I can actually give them away for free. That could help people, but it will piss him off. So it's 2 against Laurent and 1 against Alice. Well, shoot. Brett will keep his goods and sell them in Lethian's Crossing. While the sources may be suspect, the goods themselves are fine and will benefit the town. Let's go with that. Thank you, Fightbinder. It's good to see saner heads prevail today. It's a shame that such blatant disregard of the law is allowed, but I swore to stand by your ruling. So be it, Fatebinder. Even more people with wares. Good day to you. Might I interest you in all manner of positions? Who knows what you'll run out from outside of Lethian's Crossing? Could you tell me anything about the seal? Let's look at the seal for a moment. Shake your head. Can't say I recognize it, but I don't really get into the affairs outside of Lethian's Crossing unless I have to. Herchen Bronze might, though. He seems to be well traveled. I'll come back later. Ooh, bronze ingot. That's a healing potion. Oh, how am I less in potions among my characters? Ah, they're all good. That's fine. Even extraordinary weapons such as... Greetings and salutations. The jolly merchant greets you with a smile and a clap on the shoulder. And welcome to Lethian's Crossing, home of the best merchant in the entirety of the tiers. He pauses and winks. That would be me. And you are the Fatebinder. I would recognize you anywhere. With a list of deeds as long as yours, I'd be surprised if there was anyone left in the tiers who didn't. You ended the Edict of Storms at Sentinel Stand Keep, didn't you? Now that's a tale that will be telling for years to come. I've been a merchant far more years than I care to think, and in all that time, I've never heard people tell stories about somebody like you, like they do about you. Esther's Bronze at your service, he bows. What can I do for you? Could you tell me about anything about this seal? Let's have a look, shall we? Takes the seals and turns it open. Spots the insignia. He quickly deposits it back in your hand and wipes his palms clean. Where did you get that? Came from a merchant caravan that was ransacked. Suspected as much. So far off the normal trading routes, but why here? Why then? Why now? Maybe you could start by telling me about the merchants. Refocus is on you and not. Of course. The sigil belongs to the Hand Over Quill merchant company. His lips tightened to form a violent pucker. What can you tell me about Can you tell me more about the Hand Over Quill? They were once a powerful trade organization that, well, comes mouth and glances around. Let's just say they didn't want to get between them and a contract. Well, with Tunan's new laws in the Bastard City, the Quill slunk into the shadows of Kara's authority, trying to keep a lower profile. If you're involved in any of their dealings, stay far away. A shipment of iron and weapons went missing. Was found with this seal in a house of Echo Call Crossings. He stroked the shadow of beard growing under his chin. Suspicious, I agree. But war always has its little problems. It doesn't add up. Now, we can turn to the subject of my wares. He smiles and ready to show you some fancy bubbles. Weapons were meant for the disfavored. The Vendrian Guard suddenly had iron weapons. The Vendrian Guard? Well, that changes things. I suppose... Change things? What does Hand Over Quill have to do with the Vendrian Guard? First things first. This will come at a price. If something unfortunate took place and my connection will trace back to me, the consequence will be costly. You know, I'm shocked to find an honest merchant like yourself engaging in illicit trade. Looks loose in color. Illicit? Whatever do you mean? His wares. That bottle. Essence of maizenberries. A deadly poison. What bottle? Well, at the end of his beer, he tries to follow the direction. There's no... Oh. Of course there's a bottle. And after you tell the authorities it might be stashed or destroyed it, then it's your word against mine. Am I correct? Most perceptive of you. Occupational hazard. I should get used to this by now. You have lost the house seal. Okay, so he took the seal. If you breathe a word of this to anyone, I will denounce you for the liar that you are. But he looks to make sure that no settlers are close enough to her over here. We said, I received instructions from Fifth Eye to use Hand Over Quill to deliver iron weapons to Vendrian Wall Citadel. I don't question my orders. I just follow through. I don't know anything else, and that's the truth. I'd like to see your wares. Just to be kind. But, so it seems we have some more subterfuge. Seems a little somebody has been working behind the scenes, trying to make things nastier than they need to be. Magical accent. Sigil rooting and sigil staggering. Alright. Let's see, let's go up here. Sneaky, sneaky, takey. Sneaky, sneaky, takey. Her bane has been spotted in growing numbers recently, so Eldian has asked us to seal the old walls. Fair enough.
I'll take a look.
Ooh!
How hard could it
Well,
be?
give me that. Saw that new piece of hand gear. What is that? Merchant's bracers. Unarmed to PS. Gonna sneeze. Hold one moment. Pardon me.
Found something.
Ooh. Ooh, a bloodstone. This is the eastern waterfall. Although it cascades down alone, some observers believe the waterfall split from a single source somewhere above the old walls. Very viable. Very viable. During clear mornings, western waterfall reflects the rising sun in a beautiful display of color. Okay, so now we have a couple. We have some people we need to try talking to. Let's run back down over here. A lot of houses I could enter here. I'm curious about that. Quietus. Welcome, friend! The merchant cries out to you, his belt jingling with rings. He waves his arms about in a dramatic presentation of his wares. What brings you to my humble trading post? For certain something in mind? Or just browsing? Well, certainly. Have a look. And certainly a lot of merchants, but my goodness, Fatebinder, a moment of your time. Travesty of the High Sword has been leveled upon me, and I beseech you to rectify this atrocity. This favorite soldier Scots. Travesty? Beseech? Atrocity? What's with the sudden rise in station, Crescena? Are you trying to embrace the Fatebinder? You're a glorified slave. You are a glorified slave. He punctures every sentence by counting off on his fingers. You haul iron. You stoke the fires in the forge. You clean up after the real forge bound. No one cares about you, so don't bother the Fatebinder with your meaningless problems. Jeez. Like you're any better, a mere soldier with no authority and no control. You do what you're told, and that's all you can do. You're as much a slave as I am, but at least I'm able to leave if I want. My slavery leads to enormous power, and my problems aren't meaningless. Anyone can ask the Fatebinder to adjudicate their problems. You're just afraid you're going to be found at fault. And this is a fascinating debate, but do we have an actual problem for me to hear? Vice saying, I told you so, look. She's just upset because now she's have to do actual work. Save the people of this town. Crescenia elbows Vitus and steps forward to speak. Senna levels an accusing finger at Vitus. He killed out of the way. She was the best hauler we had and was properly broken in. Finally. She did what she was told, and she was the strongest beast I've ever seen. That animal was dangerous. If I had done what If I hadn't done what I did, who knows what could have happened. Perhaps I didn't hear correctly. Out of the way? My beast man! You know how long it takes to train a beast man? I know her name, a little unusual, but she was slower than the typical beast, and trained to go a little longer than it usually does, and she got in the way a lot. Say it a lot, and kind of started becoming a name. Say it enough, and kind of started becoming of a name. Before I continue, if I agree to adjudicate, you must both agree to abide by my decision. Of course, I have been wronged, and I will have justice. Your decision is lawful, partner. I will treat it as such. So what happened to Out of the Way? Out of the Way and I were taking a load of iron from the storehouse to the forge. I forgot the manifest from the housemaster, so I told Out of the Way to wait for me while I went back to it. When I came back, there was shouting. I knew something was wrong. I ran back to where I'd left Out of the Way, and I could hear someone taunting her, calling her a mindless animal and other terrible things. And I heard shouting and screaming. When around the corner, Vitus was running her through. She gave Vitus a sour look and spits at it. Vitus, really, Ksenia? Don't you think you're leaving a little out of the story? So you tell me what happened. Gladly, but I'll make sure you get the whole story. Ksenia opened her mouth, but Vitus told her, my turn. Now, I'm not denying that Ksenia said, but she left off a critical piece of information. I was making my usual rounds, ensuring, like all dedicated favor do, that peace is kept under my eye. I had just finished a pass when I was about to head back to the wall when I heard a commotion, shouting, growling, something falling over, and then screaming. When everyone came into view, I saw Out of the Way standing over someone like her claws raised, whereas the onlookers cowered away from her. I shouted for her to stop. She turned to look at me with an insane look in her eyes. She turned back and took a swing, and went to swing, so I rushed at her and did what I had to do. I put down a crazed animal who was in danger to everyone in town. I feel no remorse for my action. I did not deny doing it. I would do it again if it meant keeping Lethian's Crossing safe. You say Out of the Way was provoked? Yes, the people of Lethian Crossing can be ruthless. Yes, she's just an animal, and she wasn't their property. By your own admission, you didn't see what happened until it was over. How do you know she was provoked? Oh, he's got you there, Ksenia. That's how you try to walk your way out of that one. I already told you that I heard people calling her a mindless beast and other horrible epithets. Epithets. I don't remember how that word's pronounced. I needed to actually know what was happening. So, but that's not good enough. See, you could have been already attacking someone and it was prompted their yelling. Plus, she was a filthy beast. Well, was. Sorry. It's not like anything they said was untrue. Truth in your statement is irrelevant to what happened. You didn't see it either, genius. You don't know what happened any more than I do. She stopped and turned red and Vias laughs at you. Doesn't change the fact that you killed my beastman. That's what we're discussing here. I never denied it. Let me state again. For the record, I killed Out of the Way. I did to protect the people of Lethian's Crossing. I am not sorry. I would do it again, and I shouldn't be punished for doing my duty. End of story. If a townsperson was attacked, why aren't they here to present their testimony? It's like, well, I was eager to tell the gory details, are you? There isn't a townsperson, at least not anymore. Wasn't fast enough to respond to the disturbance. Out of the Way was already killed and gutted by the time I arrived. Had already killed and gutted by the time I already arrived. Of course, I didn't know he was already dead when I ran her through. But that wouldn't have changed anything. She was crazed, and I didn't stop her from hurting anyone else. I could have stopped her. She always listened to me. Most of the time. I'm going to push the virus. And you killed my best beast of burden. It's going to take forever to train another one. You're going to pay for the time and wages lost because of it. What are you looking for as recompense? Like I said before, I want his rings. He's going to pay for everything I'm missing out on because I can't control him. Because he can't control himself. I want payment for time and wages lost because my deliveries will take longer and all the work I will lose training a new beastman. If I decide in your favor, what do you want, Vitus? Nothing. Well, I want her to go away and leave me alone. It's just doing my job. This can't end fast enough. I've heard enough and I'm ready to make my decision. Do either of you have any final words? Mouth distance from him. He destroyed my property and has cost me my income. He needs to pay for that. There's danger to the town and I took care of it. I don't understand why there's even debating this. Stupid animal is going to snap eventually. Now we won't have to worry anymore. little bit more of a moral gray area, but Vitus has been acting a little too arrogant, thinking that he's in the right no matter what. I mean, yes, he can rationalize that he did the right. Ksenia gets my favor in this matter. Out of the way might have been dangerous, but Vitus acted rashly. And his mouse pokes Vitus. I told you I would make you pay for what you did, and I was right. Justice is served today. If you want to get technical, Ksenia, it was the Fatebinder that made me pay, not you. And I suggest you watch yourself. I am still a law in this town. Be careful when you poke that finger. We will discuss your payment when I'm done with my patrols. Good day to you, Fatebinder. Certainly an interesting turn of events. Now, there's Ventara. And... no, that's Crescent Runner. I guess this is probably Eldrin's house.
Found something.
Ooh! I like when I find a purple hidden object. It always makes me think I'm gonna get something good. It's not always the case though. The frequent raids, all the bridge and ramps to Lethian's Crossing can be raised to provide the homes for shellers to hide. Certainly interesting. There's a cute little pig! I can't interact with it though. Boo!
I am out of practice, but I'll try.
Ooh, what was that? That was a broken hilt. Even though the hilt's blade is broken, the hilt's crest is particularly impressive. A master blacksmith at a Spire Forge upgrade might be able to... Okay, interesting.
That wasn't so hard.
Celeru delays unconsciousness for 10 seconds for 2 minutes. You get less speed and get more resolve. Interesting. There's a dog I can't pet. There's a pig I can't pet. What good is this game? I can't pet the sweet animals, then what's the point? Care to take a look at my wares? Yeah, it's another merchant. Blah, 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 blah.
That wasn't so hard.
Take these boots, though. Good day to you, Fatebinder. The soldier gives you a brief salute, then she stands to attention. My name is Ventara. Welcome to Lethian's Crossing. Commander, it's been a while since I took a leave of the crossing. Glad to see you have everything in order, Barrack nods. Barrack, I hadn't seen you since the march on Stalwart. You've done well for yourself since then. She looks him up now. What happened to you out there? Picked up some extra baggage along the way. Nothing I can't handle. Well, you look a mess. First chance you get, I want to see you in proper uniform. Understood? The written response, she returns to attention. What can I help you with? Do you know when the Forge-bound master is arriving? My duty is to protect the Forge-bound who are here, not watch for the arrival of anyone new. Given that task to Eldian to handle. Keeps him busy enough that he generally leaves me to do my duty in peace. Plus, makes him feel more important than he actually is. If you want to know more about her arrival, speak with him. He went to the forge to prepare. Points to the tier above you. It's on the next tier, almost directly behind us. Care to get some information on what's happening on Lethian's Crossing? Our current orders are to garrison Lethian's Crossing. We are to secure the safety of the Forge-bound, sanctity of Kairos' laws, and the well-being of the settlers. We're dealing with a gang of free city mercenaries who we need to club back to setting sun. Well, that's not the official order, but you get the idea. There's a small matter of a thief in town, but I will not bother you with such trifles right now. I'm sure my soldiers can handle it. How have the disfavored fared with the additional iron weapons? It's been a boon to us, Fatebinder. They have helped us maintain peace and order here in the crossing. You have our thanks for your generosity. She salutes you. Must be going. Travel well, Fatebinder. She taps the back of her gauntlet with helmet and bows deeply. Okay. So I think it's that room right there. Let's go ahead and run on up. traveler. A bright-faced woman greets you as you approach. Welcome to Lethian's Crossing, Wanderer. My name is Phaedra. This is my beautiful wife, Thea. She indicates a stone-faced blonde woman sitting next to her, who holds up her hand in a quick greeting. Brings you to town. How do you feel about the disfavored? I don't have any issue with them. If you're maybe a bit strict, it gets hard to keep track of every rule they invent and all the regulations they've enacted. Otherwise, they've left us alone to live our lives. Anything's better than having the Brotherhood, Dia exclaims. Give me 100 rules for every Brotherhood member driven from the town. Thank you for your time. Anytime, traveler.
That wasn't so hard.
Don't mind me, I'm just stealing your stuff. That's what all RPG dragons do. We just steal all the goods that are nailed down. Trash panda powers. Welcome back to these different, because it looks like they're actually different houses that you can go to. Well, what? Let's do that now, because I don't know if things are going to change. Oh. This is actually the room we wanted. Master, the Fatebinder is here. Denia turns and approaches you, her lithe body moving fluidly as she walks. She stops before you, her stance solid and sure, but you see she's lightly on her feet, ready to move if necessary. She never takes her eyes off you, but you know she's acutely aware of her surroundings. Fatebinder, may the fires of your forge never cool. She salutes you. I had hoped our paths would cross. Words reach my ears of your hand in removing the Edict of Storms from Sentinel Stand Keep. She nods to you in small salute. That was no small feat. I would ask you how you did it, but I'm sure you have more important things to talk about. In my years leaving the Forge Bound, I have never heard of a Fatebinder accomplishing something of such significance. It is an honor to meet someone as such distinguished deeds. What can the Servant of the Flame do for you? Why have you come to Lethian's Crossing? What an odd question, Fatebinder. When you showed up in the Forge, I thought you had been sent to check up on me. But my mission came directly from Tunon. Shouldn't you already know? I was tasked with creating an artifact to protect the Forge Bound from the Bane. We have been delayed too often and lost too many of our own, so it was decreed that something must be done. I created the Mage Bane helm to keep the Bane at bay. Once the helm is in its place, its magic can keep the Bane locked away inside the old walls. Our goals are the same. I was sent to ensure the Forge Bound can continue making weapons for this favored. Then you are in luck. Once the helmet has been placed, the interruptions caused by the Bane will be no more, and the Forge Bound can truly return to our work. Why did you create a helm? The Forge Bound are crafters of weapons and armor, Fatebinder, not statues and baubles. I make what I know. It's also portable and can be moved easily or used in battle should its protection be needed elsewhere in the future. For the time being, though, it will remain here, protecting the Forge Bound. We have a job to do and cannot do it properly if we are constantly attacked by outside forces. Why did the Forge Bound stay here if the Bane are such a threat? This forge in the shadow of the old wall is an area rich with iron, with an ample supply of raw material and the influence of ancient magics. It is an acceptable risk, and with the helm in place, the Bane will no longer be an issue. Why were you asked to create this item? Couldn't any Forgebound here do it? All Forgebound are masters of their craft, but each also has their own special talents. Mage Bane requires someone whose skills are well above those who haven't been practicing as long as I have. I do not want a masterpiece, so he asked the master. How did you become master of the Forgebound? I was trained at a young age to be a warrior, but never felt any connection to that life, except when I was instructed how to repair my equipment. Fire spoke to me, it sang when I stoked it, and told me where to swing my hammer to achieve the proper shape. I knew from that first moment that it would be my life. I apprenticed with the Forgebound and focused exclusively on my craft. I assumed my skills were superior to everyone else. I took risks with magic no one else dared to touch and created some of the most powerful artifacts ever to come from the Forgebound. Kairos recognized my skills and granted me the title of Master of the Forge. This is why Tuna asked me personally to create an artifact to protect Lethian's Crossing. I was sent to ensure that all was well with the Forgebound. Everything seems in order here. I will take my leave. As you wish, Fatebinder. Just on my way to place the helmet. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to join us. The sellers have created a spot on the third tee. I will meet you there. Third tier, I'll meet you there. This is Eldian, I think. Sunburnt man dips his head in greens. An outsider never arrives alone. At least that's what my mother always said. Seems she knew what she was talking about. He nodded softly at his own words. I'm Eldian. Welcome to Lethian's Crossing. Well, if it isn't Tunon's Fatebinder, welcome back to the Crossing. I haven't seen you here since you put this favorite in charge of everything. Eldian looks you over. Must say my memory seems to be failing. Something I never thought I'd say. He winks. The way people talk about you, how you came through and drove the Brotherhood out of town. You should be 10 feet tall and shoot lightning from your eyes. I seem to remember you being a little more human. Can't always tell the type of pie from its crust, though, can you? Thankfully, the Svebird haven't been too bad. At least you didn't choose the Scarlet Chorus to be our overlords. But enough of my prattling. You didn't come here for a history lesson or to get my opinion on your grandeur. He his hands mistfully at his previous comments. The adjudicator sent you for the Archon of Song, I assume. What can this old fool do for you? What was that about the Archon of Song? Siren, the songbird? Looks like it's half the town she's got mooning over her in that hovel near the river. It's on the first tier if you want to find her. His brow knits. Feel free to take her with you when you go. Can't sit silently banishing sour description. But seeing as you're not here for her, what can I do for you? I want to ask some questions. If you have questions about our settlement, I'm the one to ask. I have the dubious distinction of being the oldest living resident of Lethian's Crossing, so I've been here for a lot of its history. Elden smiles. Eyes, hips, hair, and hearing might be failing, but my mind still remembers everything that happened here. What would you like to know about? I'll do my best not to go too long on about it. I know I have a problem keeping my conversation short. On my way in, I ran into some merchants who were leaving town. Why are people leaving? If I were to be honest, Fatebinder, I'm surprised more people haven't left. Not just the merchants. The current tension in town between the Brotherhood and Kairos' forces is making Lethian's Crossing a very dangerous place to live. But life outside is even worse. So where would they go? At least the merchants can take their livelihood with them. It's favored to keep everything under tight control with incredible discipline. Everyone is expected to follow the rules to the letter, and the punishments meted out are harsh. Not really the best environment for the settlers, but the Forge-bound thrive on it, and its favored only really care about them. I'd like to ask you about the crossing's history. If you have questions about the goings on the cross, I'm the one to ask. I've been here for most of history like anyone else. Who was Lethian? Biggest pain in the ass I ever knew? Turns bright red, flushed at his words, then let out a huge guffaw. Suppose I shouldn't talk about my mother like that. She was a mediocre merchant, but a great leader. The war in the northern kingdoms cost her a very lucrative trade route up north, but she managed to earn trading stewardships from Kairos. For a short time, she had a monopoly on grain, salt, and tin here in the tiers. What did my grandmother say? Give a blind man time and a pile of rocks, and eventually he'll hit a target? Not to say she didn't deserve it, but I think luck played a bigger part in her success than actual talent. Kairos gives, Kairos takes. Next year, Lethian was stripped of her trading rights. Suddenly she had a large staff, but no goods to trade, and no means to pay anyone. But she was a stubborn one and knew if she just kept at it, eventually things would turn around for her. She figured the trade goods would come to us. The location was good enough. It's crazy how that would happen. So she decided to concentrate on making an existing local settlement in the center of commerce for the tiers, and by the claws of the beast, she did just that. I thought she was crazy choosing a town nestled up by the old walls, but apparently she knew what she was doing. It wasn't long after it was named Lethian's Crossing. With the bridges over the old walls, it was the only place to go if you wanted to take weeks off your trip. Eventually, she hired the Bronze Brotherhood to act as local guards. We were big enough and had enough commerce to warrant the protection. Lethian was your mother? Of course. How do you think I became the Reeve of the Crossing? Certainly not my storytelling or charm. I may be the oldest living resident here, but that's certainly not a good enough reason to make someone a leader. Oh, come to think of it, neither is just being the offspring of a former leader. But like it or not, that's how things are. My mother was a wonderful woman. She might not have been the nicest person, and she might have been an overlord of medallions here or there, but who isn't? His face overs. May her rest be ever free of disturbance. How did you build the overwall bridges? The old wall bridges? Lethian was a mastermind of that. She could tie a knot with one hand, one string. I remember watching her draw systems of ropes and knots in the sand. Tell me that they would do when built. I thought she was crazy. Says she got the idea for the bridges from seeing galleys pulled out of the water into dock. Makes sense. Why did you settle here? Necessity. The rope bridges let us cross the old walls. With them, it doesn't matter what trade rights we had. We had a crossroads at the northern tiers, an unbeatable location. The siege of Ardent, the bastard city, ended up helping us. All those folks headed to points east crossed through our little settlement. Many of them decided to stake claim with us. But then Lithian discovered there was iron in our rivers. She thought it'd make us rich, but also made us a target. The old walls don't make passage through the area easy, and our bridges cut days to weeks off a trip. Let's crossing is the best bet to get your shipment where it needs to go. Mix some other load of iron ore into it, and we suddenly had a target painted on us. Of course, we know why Kairos was interested in the crossing, because of the iron. What does the Brotherhood want? Want Leather Crossing land? Raiding stock? They've been here longer than I have, so maybe they consider it home too. The Kairos purse masters are no longer paying them to fight. The mercenaries killing for free? Something suspect. In the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. Raidamon will never let go. He feels he owns this town, and he aims to have it be his. Yeah, and the reason why he chickened out when I came crawling over to him. I came crawling back to get through it. After your interactions with the Scarlet Corpsman, can't say I have a strong opinion one way or the other, really. They didn't seem to care much about leaving the settlement behind. One decision was made to let this favorite have control. They left, and I haven't seen much of them since. That's pretty good. Tell me what you think about this favored. Strict curfews, frequent searches, no forgiveness for missed iron and grain quotas. That's the ill of it. But the sentries keep constant vigil and treat us with respect. Politeness, even. Most of them call me elder and bow. If someone goes fishing in your pocket, takes your crops, may as well be kind about it. His favorites are committed to honor and dignity in all dealings. It's definitely not the situation I would have chosen, but things can always be worse. Water might be up to your knees, but you could up to your nose is what my grandmother would tell me. What of the Earthshaker mages? A few have passed through the crossing in recent times, all heading towards the Stone Sea. At least that's the word of it. They just didn't stay for long. Just to the massive stone facade of the old walls. I'm glad they kept on traveling. Some madman cast a spell to crack the foundation of the old walls. Praise Kairos, it hasn't happened. What are the Forge bound? They toil away in the forges. Day in, day out. Kairos' forces keep them well guarded, since they know we're binding ore into weapons harder than stone or bronze. Delivered food and kindling to the forge houses and never had much contact with the artisan mages. Let me ask you something different. Tell me your thoughts on the Bronze Brotherhood. They were here since the crossing was founded. Lethian Force herself hired them to protect the settlement when just getting started. Fledgling town in the shadow of the old walls. She did such a good job, she kept them on as her peacekeepers. That's how things went. At least, until you decided to oust them and put someone else in charge. Can't say I wouldn't have done the same, truth be told. Taking pay from two employers is always going to end badly if you can't keep both of them happy. On top of that, it seems lately that Redmon is traveling a path no one can see, and I don't want to see what's at the end of it. What can you tell me about the spire in Lethian's Crossing? Alden shakes his head. Sometimes I wonder why Lethian thought it was a good idea to settle here. We already had a Bane problem before the Forge Bound set up here. Now that they're using the crossing as one of their main forges, the Bane issue is even worse. Since the Bane are drawn to magical energy, we have to be constantly alert of them escaping. How did you seal the door? I obtained a keystone that could be used to open or seal the door. One of Kairos' soldiers found it while we were looking for a way to seal the doors to keep the Bane from escaping. The sealed door is only a temporary measure, though. It holds the Bane back for now, but it won't last for much longer. And that is why Tunon instructed Zendenya to create an artifact to protect Lethian's Crossing from the Bane. Will you let me into the old walls? I'm afraid that's a risk I'm not willing to take, Fatebinder. Once the doors are unsealed, there's a good chance Bane will flood into Lethian's Crossing. As much as I would love to help you, I can't endanger the town like that. Perfectly natural. I'm sure I'm going to need directions around here. Alden laughs and put a hand on his shoulder. I completely understand. The crossing could be a bit intimidating the first time someone arrives, but it's not as complicated as it looks. The river is named Portiscro. and it flows down the middle of the settlement. The waterfalls pouring over the waterfall are sunrise and moonrise. The west waterfall is sunrise because of how the sun hits it in the morning. Moonrise got its name due to how it glows during a full moon. The crossing itself is broken up into districts named after the waterfalls. The west side of the river is Sunrise District. The east side of the river is Moonrise District. Different levels of left crossing don't really have names, but most people refer to them as the tiers. My home is considered part of the ground tier. The forge is on the first tier, both in the Moonrise District. I have other questions. I'll be on my way, of course. I must go to the spire and make sure everything is ready. I'll meet you there when Zedenia is ready to place the artifact. Okay. Bit more exposition there. Got some world building. Would like to apologize there. I did say ass, but just kind of went with it, I guess. Not a huge deal, but I still feel a little comfortable saying it. Yolantis, Master of Casting. Can I talk to him for a second? So he's the room with an air of superiority. He addresses you without making eye contact. Is there something you want? Catches the stare of Lahara, who beams at him, expecting something to occur. Lana sighs directly before turning your attention back to you with a strange smile. Forgive me, Fatebinder. Lahara instructed me to reward you for your aid during the conquest. This conscripted beastmen help us forge countless iron materials, and in return, I am to show you the location of a supply cache. This takes a map from your hands and shows a small clearing in the haven. Is there a problem? Guys, carefully watch Lahara as he answers you. Yes, but these are forge-bound matters. Nothing concerns the High Court to them, I can assure you. What do you do here in the forge? I keep things running smoothly. Upkeep, mostly. He smiles coyly. I am also second charge to Lahara. So in case everything happens to her, I'm here to take charge. That's a little,
That wasn't so hard.
Plans, headhunter. Ah, it's got a weapon plan.
That wasn't so hard.
And forge-bound hammer. These worn iron weapons look like they've been recently repaired and are being ready to be shipped back out again. This armor is newly built from forge-bound, still warm to the touch. Now, I wanted to take a quick look and have that compared to the mace, that big mace that I have. Nope, not nearly as good.
Right.
Lahara, Master of Tempering. Muscular weapon stands upright from her forge and turns to look at you, the light in the fire playing across her face, making her eyes dance dangerously. A toothy smile breaks across her mouth, the only bright spot on her soot-stained face. Do you kill with your left hand or right? She rubs blackened palms together, eyeing you expectantly. Normally, I can tell at a glance, but you were a little harder to read. Why would you like to know? The gauntlet is the hardest piece of the panoply, and most rewarding to work. So many scales, so many different sizes. Then there's the rivets. She slides her thumb and fingers together, shedding flecks of soot and iron bits. Imagine you see a lot of battle in your line of work. One gauntlet is invariable going to wear out before the other. My mind is always thinking of what will need repairs first. Simple as that. Right. Noted. She clears her throat and wipes her blackened hands on the carpet of her smock. I am Lahara, Master of Tempering and Forge Master of Lethian's Crossing. My tasks exceed the hours left in the day, and there's no harm in pausing my work and me speaking with the Fatebinder. How may I be of assistance? Are you well? You look weary. Ecstatic. Ecstatic. Her voice is matter-of-fact. A smile creeps in. Ritual of the Forge links heart to hammer. My blood beats only when I strike my ingot. My forge runs too hot if my breath becomes too hurried. Bond is both fatiguing and fascinating. Is that how I excel at your craft? Well, that and practice. But yes, the ritual links the senses to the materials, the body to the tools. My hand becomes the joint, hammer the true end of my arm. Feel the heat of the forge as if it were the weather of the room. Under some circumstances, true focus can emerge. Couldn't that kill you? I should hope so, she laughs, her face blushing the color of molten metal. Better than being defiled and killed by brigands, poisoned by grain rot, or slain by childbirth. But not a soldier died who wished to die in battle? That's a very interesting way to take on it. Can you make something for me? Can? Most certainly. Well, Kairos invented cues for a reason. She let slip a sigh. I have every Iron Walker and every Scarlet Horse ringleader sending me bribes and flattering hopes I will work off schedule and make them some special this or one of a kind that. Mouth moves as if to speak, but she falls silent, folding her arms. Forget I asked. That I will. Yeah, I don't want to jump in line and cause issues. Besides, everything I find out will be better out in the field. Tell me about the Forgebound. For centuries, my guild has sought the union of magical and manual perfection. While others concern themselves with the arcane for the sake of inordinate power, we study to overcome the traditional limits of our arts and crafts. The forge is our dominant concentration of study, but not all Forgebound work metal. Some are weavers, carpenters, and one of our otter members fancies himself a chef. That's kind of a fun thought. The wise and mighty Kairos has been kind to our guild. She often put our weapons and armor in the hands of those who would change the world. And he has been true to his word. Forgebound iron has trampled the tears, and all that oppose Kairos' forces rest their heads on Forgebound spears. Oh, okay, so some people don't know if Kairos is male or female. We do find out it's female. However, people aren't sure still and still go by man, which is interesting. Because, okay, I'm just having some lore link up in my head finally. Because women hold administration power. They own land. So it's kind of reading into how the Tearsmen run, to hold themselves, is that females are the administration and the men are the work. Okay, that makes sense. How exactly does your magic help you make things? The most important ritual binds the crafter tools and materials into one entity? She cracks nerves. Close enough. In my own work, the forge bind draws the whole of my senses to the edge of the blade I'm tempering. I can see the tiniest notch, or touch my finger to the blade, feel the razor sharpness without breaking my skin. Such perfect execution of art has its costs, of course. One's heart and lungs become linked to flame and hammer. Dropped hammer could lead to a stopped heart. Oh gosh, wow, okay. Most of our members die in the throes of their work, killed by distraction or simple error. We lose a lot of apprentices. Oh man. That's cool though. That's a really cool thought that the Forge Masters can be linked to make it so that they're extremely amazing at their work, but it also comes at the cost of it potentially could kill them. Wow. Why make weapons if you kill your foes with magic? Why walk if you can pay porters to carry you? She shakes her head with a huff. We have ways to protect ourselves from those who would abuse us, but we study the arcane for purposes of building, not destroying. We leave that to others. They can take our implements and use them to sow chaos if they choose. I would rather take chaos and force order to it. I must be going. We'll call that good for now. That was some interesting world building, though. I like that. Let me see here. What have we got next? Probably running to all the other houses. Unless we have the case of putting the helm in place. My guessing is something's going to go bad. If I had to take a chance, I would say something's probably going to go bad. Okay, so let's hang on. So we went to... We've been in this house, alright? I think this was the two women who lived here? Yes, it was. I'm amazed that it takes that long to load, despite the fact that I've got this on an SSD. Find that rather surprising. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, there we go. It blipped just a little bit, made me wonder if it was having problems reading the game. There's a cat. Go to this house. Ooh, It's pretty damaged years ago, but it's never properly repaired. Bronze armor, decent looking bow. Out we go. Okay. I think I walked past the place that are going to put the helm. It was guarded by two disfavored on the top level, I think. So we might be able to do a loop back around and visit all the homes before we go up there. So. Can't go in that. So I can go into this one, looks like. Oh, this is like an inn or something. Huh. Oh! Here's Siren, or Siren. A young woman stands here, surrounded by a group of villagers. She speaks to them in soft, dulcet tones, holding them hypnotized with her hands and motions. With her hand motions, she wears an ornate headdress that surrounds her face, its forehead inset with an enormous red gem. Headdress flashes as she speaks, and you are unable to see if it's stricken with light or the gem in it is actually glowing. She swept in her oration and seems completely unaware you've arrived. It takes a few moments before she realizes she is also in the Scarlet Chorus camp in Veterans Well. She opens her eyes and looks at you over the heads of the people gathered before her.
Greetings, worm.
Oi! Voice takes you off your guard. It's barely even an inflection, and yet full of beautiful music. If you didn't know better, you would guess that she's actively suppressing or modulating her voice mode. Have we met?
Know me, little worm? I am Siren, and my allies have the pleasure of calling me the Archon of Song.
Hear the distant peal of a bell in her laugh. She stops and regards you with a moment before continuing.
To what do I owe this incredible honor, Fatebinder? Is Tunon throwing another one of his tantrums? Threatening everyone if they don't find me? I'd say it's annoying, but don't you think it's kind of flattering to have everyone wanting me so desperately? Kairos, the voices of Nerat, Tunon, you?
She winks. What are you suggesting?
Never mind. I'm just feeling a little paranoid. Past guardians have shown themselves to be a little more interested in me than entirely necessary. But now to a more important matter. There
is something you can do to assist me. I clicked on that by accident. Open a perfect O shape, and that sound that pours out is a captivating entrance. Dampens the ambient bustle of the hall until it seems that nothing exists but her voice.
remove my helmet.
What are you trying to do to me?
Really? Nothing at all? What a disappointment. Not to mention a colossal waste of effort on my part. Probably spreading myself too thin trying to keep them all under my thrall.
She indicates people surrounding her.
I hoped you would assist me in a delicate matter, but it appears you're no use to me at all. Keeping up the act can be a bit tiring at times. I've been the songbird for so long, I've forgotten how to be anything else.
Perhaps I can help you. Come with me. Someone with your power could use some help directing it.
Why on earth would you want that? I can't imagine you're doing it out of the goodness of your heart. Oh, Tunon must have had a hand in this. Or Nerat. Maybe I'd rather stay here where people won't insist on ordering me around all the time. Although, you did activate one of the spires, so your power is something I could learn from, and you are right. Certainly not going to make any significant advances staying here with a bunch of nobodies worshipping me. Watching you in action could give me the edge I need to unlock a spire of my own. Fine. I will allow you the glorious gift of my presence in your party.
Bit full of herself, isn't she?
Well then, let's go. If you're gonna teach me the wonders of the world, it's not gonna happen here.
Well, well, well. I have added the youngest Archon, the Archon of Song, to my party. Interesting. I will have to talk with her a bit. The junction point, 2 waterfalls that pour over the walls of the old walls. Walls of the old walls. Probably misread that again. One moment, just checking on something. Okay, looks like we are good. Let's run over here. There's a house. And there's like 5 merchants here, my goodness. Oh, I see. This is a brothel. Or something similar. What a pleasure to see you in my establishment, Fatebinder. It's always an honor to entertain someone of your standing at Lethian's mistress. If any entertainment or company for a short time, I look forward to filling those needs. Tell me more about your establishment. It started as a safe place for people to come to drink in secret. Eventually it evolved into a gathering place where drinking and... It evolved into a gathering place where drinking and fornication are both common practices. Everyone needs a way to relax, and I provide one of them. How much do you charge? Look specifics. Please speak to the one you'd like to hire and what they're particularly good at. Each one of you will give you the ring's worth, I guarantee. Huh. Well, we won't be doing that on stream. Or at all. Though I am a little curious. It looks like there's 2 women and 2 men. One smiles, her eyes whiten with innocence. Lethian's Fatebinder. My name is Zodica. You teach me the ways of the world? Tell me about yourself. Zodica's face blushes bright red and she turns her head, covering her mouth with her hand. Me? Why do you want to know about me? I'm a simple girl. I know nothing in this world or my place in it. Are you here to teach me? What can you offer that the others can't? I'll play Novice Sage in the Burning Library. I'm lost in here, Fatebinder. If I don't behave, I will be punished. Do I need to be punished? Okay, playing the innocent. I almost don't want to read this stuff. It's getting just a little too. Okay, we know the place. We know what this place is. Jeez. But I'm curious, what's this guy doing all the way back here? Oh. Before we do anything else, we're gonna steal a little bit of food from you guys, and then we're gonna leave. Did I just? Oh, there we go. I lost the audio for a second, and I realized I hit a button to mute it.
Have a look here.
Oh!
Sorry, I can't.
Frozen shackles. Ooh, what is this? Okay. When critically hit, an impediment made for short-term prisoners. The cold air and volatile magic in their fortune are intended as deterrents for notably cruel guards. So is it... So is it like an offensive accessory? That's what it sounds like. That immediately goes to her, though. Heck yes. Then we're gonna go upstairs. Let's run back over here. Let me see here. Kalia and Callion. So I'm not interested in whatever you're selling. I want to talk to someone. Talk to my brother. Greetings, Fatebinder. Okay, well, so nothing. Go up a level. I don't know if I went up this level before. Maybe I did. Yep, this is where the helmet goes. It is done. Good, good. Now that people love things crossing, we'll have one less thing to worry about. Fatebinder, will you go inside and see what effect the helmet is having on the Bane? Carlos says no one's allowed to enter the old walls, but if no one gets inside, the helmet's working. I will do this for you. Thank you, Fatebinder. Your help is invaluable. I just need to know my citizens are safe. So a small stone with glyphs etched. Take this. It is the keystone to enter the old walls. Entrance is directly below us. Good luck.
On it.
Well, I gotta go this way anyway for keeping that button. I have a button to keybind that mutes the activated app, which is nice. I'm glad I found it. I had one previously, but it controlled like my whole volume setup when I only wanted like the one feature, so I needed to find something that was a little more simple. Thankfully, I was able to find it after a bit of combing. But yeah, let's. Okay, use the keystone. Center the door, and it should open. There we go. Back into the old walls again. So back into these creepy dungeon types. Pardon me. Pardon me. I had a feeling my life would end in the old walls. Not saying I would be proved right. At least not today. Something sounds very, very pissed. Oh gosh, okay. Brace yourself, the Bane approach.
Another bat.
Well...
Battle. I think we're bad at making threats.
That's a bit too much.
Will do.
Come and face my iron!
Will do.
Frightened.
I got it. Right. On it.
You are finished!
Both things are wrong with the name Mage Bane. Born
I got
Zendenia.
it. Interesting.
Note from Iron Guard Ventera. As per our verbal agreement, you are allowed to enter into the old walls without these crossing with the explicit instruction to find a path to the Bronze Brotherhood campsite on the other end. Any items acquired inside the old walls will be yours to keep in exchange for your help to this matter. Iron Guard Ventera. Commander of... Ooh. That's, a little foreboding. Portion has been broken recently. Bits of metal nearby suggest it was the result of careless soldiers. Charcoal rubbing.
Ah, got it.
Let's go back out and make sure that we're doing what we need to. Oh! Oh no. Helmet is gone. Did anyone pick it up and mistake it for an ordinary equipment? Hey, Binder, we need your help. The stone shield runs where it's punctuated by our laboring breath. The Bronze Brotherhood are attacking Lethian's Crossing, led by that... by that woman. Ringdropper Cythera. Honestly, are you people incapable of doing anything without my help? What will give me, let's take care of these motherless curs. Let's be done with these countryless fools. Strength of the glory of the North. Tara's trying to hold the line. They're in the center of town. We're near the river. Hurry before we're overwhelmed.
I am a shield wall unto myself!
I got it.
I need to find a weapon.
I'm enjoying this a little too much.
On it.
Anyone else want some of this?
Face my iron!
Can't do that. Right.
Watch and learn.
I do see that Lantry keeps getting lore abilities, and I wonder why. Is it because he's casting magic? Wait, did she knock the weapon out of my hands? What the heck did she do? Am I under effect of some sort? I don't see an effect. Oh, disarmed. Okay, so I'm just disarmed for the time being. Okay. Got my weapons back.
I got it. Right.
Come and face my iron!
Ooh. Might have to give that to you, my man.
I got it.
Take that!
Words cost more harm than this useless weapon.
How it's done. This weapon is entirely worthless. Right.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
Take that! Right. Right. I got it.
Watch and learn.
On your knees, worm!
Oh, it looks good on you, my man. Hail, Fightbinder, thank you for your help. I'm impressed by the speed of which you finished off those bronze bastards. What happened to the Mage Bane helm? I have no idea. I was too busy trying to keep the Brotherhood from murdering everyone in town. It's absolutely vital that we get it back, though. I'll speak to Eldian. Perhaps he saw it. Perhaps someone in town saw what happened. Gives you a monkey bow. Thank you, Fatebinder. Find a better distraction than I could have hoped. All I needed to retrieve what I came for. Now I have work to do. Before Redmond can move, you scoop up a rock from the ground and throw it at him. He tries to duck, but not fast enough. The stone hits him right in the temple. He walks back for a moment, a large gash appearing on his head. Redmond opens his mouth to speak, thinks better of it, and then runs away to the south.
On it.
Look who's here! But just too bit late, aren't we? Laughs. He holds a rope, the end of it which is binding to Denya's hands. Denya stares at him on with intense hatred. Now that I have the Mage Bane and the Forge-bound Master, nothing can stop me from unleashing the Bane on Lethian's Crossing. Denya growls and takes a step towards Redmond, who jumps back and puts her hands in front of him. Puts up his hands in front of him. Notice one of his eyes is black and his nose is bleeding in addition to the welt you caused with the temple with the rock. You motherless cur! Clothes are spattered with blood and she works her hands, fighting against the bonds holding her. As soon as I free myself, and make no mistake, I will free myself. Your blood will join your underlings on my armor. Take more than a hammer to my head to take me down. Coward, use your men as a distraction. You know you are no match for me. He's another step away from his enable fortune. With the Bane free, I will drive out the invaders that think this is their home and prove that the Bronze Brotherhood are the only ones strong enough to protect Lethian's Crossing. Now, if you excuse me, I have a town to endanger, so I can save it.
Our time together has not gone to waste.
More. Tallies to the body.
Now, back up to here. Our good man Barrick has gotten up to level 10, which is awesome. Ooh, I don't like that. What's that advantage to get to? The bonus to any damage he deals. Now he's able to hold on to 2, which is great. Let's see here.
Sorry, I can't. Will do. Will do. Harsh work. I got it. Cause more harm than this.
I'm enjoying this a little too much. too.
Will do. Right. Take that!
Oh, I'm enjoying this a bit too much.
Death, worm.
Will do.
Hey, Butter, come in. I was just told the news that the Magebane helm has disappeared. This is terrible. What happened just now? I heard fighting out there. Are there any more of them? Redmond stole the Magebane helm and captured Zendanya. This is unacceptable. Not only have I failed to protect the Forgebound, I allowed their master to be captain. I'm going to examine the Brotherhood corpse and see if I can dig up any information. Come see me when you're done here. I was beginning to believe we were finally safe, but a celebration planned before its time has no doubt become a wake. Without Zendanya, there's no chance of getting another helm. Friends, please go back to your homes for now. Vinebatter is taking care of the evaders.
Yes. Right.
The sounds of peace and the jangling of reins will follow you in all things. What can this old fool do for you? Like to ask a few questions about the recent attack. Horrible. It's all just horrible. What's on your mind, Fatebinder? An idea where Redmond might have taken Zendanya. Brotherhood doesn't like to stay in one place for too long, so I can't easily point you to one location, I'm afraid. Haven's full of thick forested caravan routes and river crossings. They like to make themselves at home in places like that for days at a time. Then, just when word reaches travelers of their whereabouts, they pick up and move again. Crafty fellows. Doubt Redmond continue that route with Zendanya and Magebane in tone, though. Rumor has it they sometimes move through the old walls, which, on account of it being absolutely daft, probably means that it's true. It's all a long-winded way to say I'm in the dark here. Sorry, Fatebinder. How are the settlers faring after the attack? Not well, I'm afraid. There's been some tension here and there with the Brotherhood, but by and large, they never attack people in the settlement. They actually had their fair share of admirers here, believe it or not. They had at least a dozen dead, more wounded. Most folks stay inside and got out of harm's way, but everyone's rattled. Usually rubs a bandage wrapped around his hand. Winston, as he does. The attack didn't make a lick of sense. Who's to say Redmond might not return for more? How dangerous are things now without Magebane? Truth be told, Fatebinder, I'm much more concerned about the helmet than the Brotherhood on a rampage. It's true we survived here for a long time without magic protection, but that situation can change as soon as you blink. It's a stark, scarred patch of skin on his neck. I got this many years ago. Thankfully, Bane attacks are few and far between. He's pulled back his sleeves with some tightly wound bandages on his forearm and bicep. These I got in separate attacks in the last 2 months. Something's driving the Bane out of those old walls. Why do you think Zendanya was ordered to come here and deliver that fancy helmet? Why do you think the Brotherhood attacked? He snores, frustration evident in his voice. I think it's safer to say that Redmond attacked, though perhaps they're one and the same. I've been around long enough to know to spot the weed that'll strangle your crops. That man has always carried a lot of poison inside him, even before Kairos kicked the Brotherhood out. Redmond once burned a village to the ground to kill a rival that was hiding there with the help of some sympathetic folks. He said that the villagers raised arms against them. That's a load of pig shite. He did it because he was obsessed with getting vengeance and never let go of his obsessions. His rival wronged him before, so he left no stone unturned until she was dust in the ground. Consequences be damned. Whatever fool notion compelled him to order this man to come to Lethian's Crossing and steal Magebane, I guarantee you, has everything to do with that obsessiveness. He hasn't changed all these years. There's something big he wants. Rest assured, right now we're all in his way. Why do you think Redmond took Zendenia captive? Interesting question. Paladin scratches his beard, squinting his eyes in thought. Truth be told, the Forgebound and the Bronze Brotherhood never really got along. The Ironworkers think of themselves as artisans, see Brotherhood soldiers as dim-witted thugs that aren't worthy of their fancy swords. Brotherhood, for their part, see the Forgebound as docile servants of the Overlord, happy to trade their dignity for regular meals in a steam-filled prison they call the Forge. I don't know if Redmond aimed to take Zendenia. Quite frankly, she's just as likely to cave his head in with her hammer on any given day. Whether he's planned it or not, giving the Forgebound their comeuppance is probably something he wanted for years. Seems not all the Brotherhood agree with Redmond. I've heard rumblings about that. Word is that their leader is a paranoid sort. He sees conspiracy and betrayal at every turn. I've seen a few of his lieutenants come and go. Pretty sure they're not all falling in battle. Tell me, if that's the sort of man you're following, how long do you think it'll be before someone else tries to stake a claim? I've known some Brotherhood men and women in my time. I'd never call them wholesome, but not all of them are arsewipes. This move by Redmond is going to rub some of the folks the wrong way. I have other questions. Nope. Be on my way. Alright. Well, yikes. Another fine mess I've gotten myself into. But such as it is. Feeling a little tired all of a sudden. Had food. I think it's the warmth of the room. I tend to get sleepy when it's just slightly too warm. It's good to see you, Fitmire. Were you able to find anything on these bodies that can help us find Redmond? I believe so, and I don't like it, shakes her head. I have heard the Bronze Brotherhood were using the old walls as a hiding place, but I didn't believe it until now. There are items of these Brotherhood soldiers that came from inside the old walls. There's another entrance into the old walls of Twin Rivers, probably using that area as a base. It says you start here, there. Be cautious. There might be a number of Bronze Brotherhood in the area, and if Redmond is so crazy to directly attack like this, there's no telling what will be wait for you. Earlier you mentioned a thief was at large. Yes, a man by the name of Gino was pillaging supplies from the settlement for some time now. Last time he was seen was out near Deserter's March. There's a sizable word out for anyone who brings us proof of his demise. Sizable reward for a food snatcher? Isn't that a bit disproportionate? Try straightens your position. We are the champions of justice in these lawless lands. Any lenience would be seen as weakness. Surely you must know that. I'll keep an eye out for Gino. I thank you, Fatebinder. While I would like to see this matter be put to rest now, we will have to bide our time. She furrows her brows as she speaks. The rebels must be preparing for something. Deserter's March has become dense with Brotherhood activity in the last few weeks. Attempting to travel there now would be technically unsound. Wait for the patrols to thin and then begin your search. What can you tell me about Two Rivers? I don't know much about that area. I try to stay close to the crossing in case I am needed. Other than the old wall's entrance, it's mostly empty fields split by the river. I can't imagine why anyone would go there. Is everything in order? No outstanding problems? If you have an issue I could have your help with. I've gotten reports of Scarlet Course moving through the region. My scouts spotted a group of them conscripting settlers in a nearby village. They struck quickly and moved on, leaving a small force behind. Their presence in this land is unacceptable. I want them eliminated before Graven Ash finds out they're here. Seem to have kept some villagers behind as hostages. Destroy the chorus and free those people. We must do anything we can to weaken the chorus' presence in the tiers. Spread word of our good name. I'll return when they've been eliminated. Thank you, Fatebinder. If soldiers are here were still just you, this war would already be over. Yes, it would. But then we wouldn't have a story, now would we? Though she isn't quite on the hook about that note I found, which annoys me. So we have some options here. So we have remnants, which is head to the village to see how many settlers survive the attack. We have this Gino person out in there, and then we have the Scarlet Troublemaker. Okay. Let's go ahead and see here. We should be able to leave Well, not this direction, though. We need to change our formation again. So, we have some places we can go. So we can go to Twin Rivers. Haven't gone to... Okay. Bronze Brotherhood have operated in this area in the past, but start march traveling there, you need to identify a section for it with known Brotherhood activity. So I can't do anything yet. Okay. Well, it looks like we're just going to go by, whatever's close and just kind of travel that way. So, Twin Rivers. Encounters at Lethian's Crossing. As you pick your way across the rocky wilderness, you find out you at first take as a bundle of cloth. Briefly, the inspection, however, reveals it to be tri-discarded scales of a serpent. Spreading it out, you realize the serpent must be twice your height and as thick as a gatepost. That's a big serpent. Snakes with the tears are often venomous, but their meat is light, if chewy, with a flavor generally considered superior to the flightless birds the tears would prefer to hunt. Serpent of this size, however, may not be worth the effort. So we can go hunt it, or we can leave it to go. Let's go hunt it. Peer down at the dried husk. Track the snake. Following the shreds of discarded snake scale requires a sharp eye and patience, but soon enough you find a massive coil form of a moth serpent, a large venomous snake named for the repeated moth-shaped pattern running down its back. The snake raises its head and flicks its forked tongue in your direction. Shoot it with a bow. Miss the snake's out by half a foot to spare. Lashes out at you impossibly fast and slithers away even as you blink at the line of 4 puncture marks on your arm. Your vision begins to blur even as you stumble back towards the road. Ah! I've been diseased! Potion effectiveness reduced by 100%, getting knocked unconscious, causes nearby allies to become dizzy. Oh, man. Oh, man. Hang on. I think I can remove that with a item. Once we get back into... Sounds like we got some battle going on. Did that get rid of my poison? I thought that fight is eased. Until next rest. Oh, I gotta rest until I... Okay. Interesting. Help before they kill us all! Flushed with fatigue and wide-eyed with panic, a Brotherhood warrior bounds towards you, fleeing the sounds of battle. 2 arms! Sorry, but your luck just got worse. Then defend yourself, honorless scum. Tired and trembling, the soldier squares off his shoulders and raises his weapon.
Another demonstration of power seems in order.
I got it.
Are you afraid of death, worm? You are finished!
To battle!
Oh!
Too easy.
They got attacked by the Bane.
Will do. On it.
Whoa!
problem.
Take me if you can. That
Will do.
is a hit.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
Tank blood braiding, regeneration. 1% health every 60 seconds. Every 6 seconds, sorry. Now, in comparison to what he has same thing. Alright. Back to the thick undergrowth.
Sorry, I can't. Can't do that. Can't do that.
Destroyed bridge. Bridge relatively shallow here and looks like it can be safely crossed. Going to forge here. Ooh. Yeah, it looks like it went bad over here.
I am a shield wall unto myself.
Take that. On it. Will do.
Come and face my iron.
Whatever you need.
Will do.
Fall before me.
Take that. Right.
Yeah, he's not meant to be a spellcaster, so let's just remove it, please. A lantry. Bronze Brotherhood. I have gotten Dominable. Delay unconsciousness for 4 seconds. Once per encounter.
I bet I could crack that open.
Opposing walls, wall looms stretching out of sight. Up and out of sight. Bronze Brotherhood Mace. Now, I do have Barrack. So I think I might need to do a Oh, okay, so we can only have 2 weapons at a time. I thought I could make a 3rd one for him, but no, I think I have to pick up some skills from the... Bits of metal flakes surrounding a pair of forge-bound tongs. Looks like whoever was hurried forgot to take with them. Nearby tracks lead to Old Wall's entrance. Okay, so...
Spotted something.
Whoop! Thank you. Some more iron. Sweet. Let me see here.
Right. On it. On it. On it. I got it. Can't do that.
Obi puts her hands up, looking for up to her needs. I yield, Fate Binder. This fate is not worth my life. You have won. Where'd Redmon go? He must be stopped. It's not your concern, Fate Binder. I might not agree with what Redmon is doing, but I will not have someone come in and take care of my problems for me. He will be stopped, but I will be the one to stop him. Not my concern. He's endangering the entire city. This is well beyond a Brotherhood concern. Obi stares at you for a few minutes before finally sagging defeated. You're right. Redmon has sealed himself in the old walls, and Merrick took the only other keystone. I can't open the doors for you. You need the keystone. She wants to touch aside. Her fingers come away red. And where's Merrick? Sidon shakes her head. I am sorry, Redmon. I wanted to save you, even though I knew I couldn't. Feeling pale and shaky. Merrick headed off towards the desert's march. The deserter's march. He was hoping to bring more of our brothers back here to regroup. She coughs, flecks of blood spraying across the ground in front of her. Well, that can't be good. She slips forward onto the ground, dead. Let me go ahead and do a little audio tweak here. That music volume is sure loud still. My goodness. I'd like to say my audio ducking is probably doing alright, but... The outcrop needs to climb on the ledge. It has been dried to blend in with the surroundings. Doesn't appear to be abandoned. Freshly gathered wood rests in a nearby bundle. You find a few morsels of dried rabbit in a leather pouch. There we go. Cloth tunic. Cloth tunic might be worth something to one of the other characters, to one of my mages. No, not really. Oh, but we do have a little scavenger leather armor. Light armor leather? Okay. And now I got intimidate. Ah, it does terrify for once. Cool. Well, I wish we hadn't had to kill Welby, but...
One moment, my friend. Just let me finish this thought. Of course. How can I help?
Know anything about the region we're in?
Lethian was a merchant. Fearless one at that. Takes a rare breed of profiteer to risk settling a corner of the old walls. These days, the settlement is bustling. Though really, displaced war refugees are the reason for the crossing's recent growth. You were the governor of this place for a time, right? That must have been an interesting experience. Care to discuss it?
Entry not so this. So there's his favorite soldier who falls in love with Siren. Andre nods enthusiastically. Make notes of your tale. His writing moves off the small bit of parchment onto his left hand, the sage finally ending on his forearm. So he's writing like this, and he just keeps going along.
I appreciate the exposition. Future generations will enjoy the nuances of your life. It will matter far more to them than it ever will to you. Such is the madness of fame. Of course. How can I help? Lethian was a Of course. How can I help?
Okay. So we actually can't keep going until we get back to
Have a look here.
Ah!
Found something.
Ah! That is something.
Sorry, I can't.
Hello.
Your days end here.
How are you feeling that one for a bit?
Take me if you can!
Will do. Right. Will do.
What? Probably more force than was necessary.
Right. Right.
Well struck!
Will do.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
On it. Will do. Right.
My armor is dented. Let me repair it.
Slightly more respectful. Ah, yeah, it looks good. Looks good on me.
Will do.
Stilling the storm. Display courage as apathy for those who name you enemy. I sincerely hope that history remembers you as one of the critical strengths rather than your most dire weakness. Remember always that the Overlord favors efficiency over empathy. Rare is the Fatebinder who delivers both. Clearly remain woefully unpracticed in the fine art of settling insults to paper. We shall lock away the page you sent for the day when you require evidence of your impaired judgment and lack of impartiality. Littleton should find the revelation intriguing, don't you think? With indescribable fondness, the voices of Nerat. Ooh. Now I've activated a... Ooh! I've activated an aggressive stance. That looked cool. So, now that we finished that, we now have to go after and get that key so we can get in and after Redamon. Okay, get there just after noon. Nearly 2 in the afternoon. Alright. Get the keystone from Merrick. Oh.
Interesting.
So Redamon says anyway, not my place to ask questions. Execute brother and soldiers who have lined up here along with a small pile of gear, satchels, and rings, but it looked like they were killed fairly recently. I'll just take all that.
Well, what do we have here?
Coward's contingency, fleeing. While has wounds, this moderate leather revenue is perfect for making quick exits in the middle of desperate circumstances. So who has need of that?
Curious.
Another trap detected.
Found something.
Crude map. His favorite soldier drew a crude map depicting deserters' march, other nearby wilderness areas. Multiple lines, connections point, likely indicate patrols in fortified positions. The sheer number of them suggests the Kairos forces are making aggressive attempts to control the region surrounding left crossing. His favorite scouts such as these are not an uncommon sight in deserters' march. These two were likely attempting to observe the camp below and were gifted several arrows for their trouble. Looks to me like we have a little bit of a civil war going on here. Redamon is a murderer, a thief, and a coward. How can you stand with him? He went too far. Death is inevitable in war, but slaughtering innocent settlers? What possible reason could he have had to kill them? They were regrettable but necessary deaths. Redamon needs the helmet if we want to keep Lething's crossing out of Kairos' hands. Necessary? Do you hear what you're saying? That was a slaughter. Now the crossing is vulnerable. If the helmet is returned, the bane will overwhelm it. Everyone calm down. Take note of you shaking his head in disgust. So says the one who put Brotherhood's soldiers to the sword at Twin Rivers. No, Fatebinder, I will not calm down. Redamon has the right to consider you a threat. Slam his hammer to the ground, knock clumps of dirt apart in an angry spray. Locke, you quarrel with a brother in arms. Our enemy stands right here, mocking us. Locke quickly glances between you and Merrick, eyes widening in alarm. Fatebinder is murderer of friends, and he must be put down. That is clear. But I cannot stand with Redamon either, Merrick. He's always been a bullheaded leader. That had its issues, and that's why I followed him. He needs to kill people we claim to protect, and he's no better than Tunon's lapdog here. No better. Redamon sent me to retrieve any loyal soldiers that I could. Loyal soldiers, Locke. I assume you include you, but apparently I was wrong. He spits at his feet. Pouncing for disloyalty's death. He points his hammer at his former comrade and then at you. What are you waiting for? Let's get to it already. Your skulls aren't going to crush themselves.
Your days end. I got it. Nice!
Did I just get stunned?
On it. I did that. Nice! Can't do that.
I'll hit you twice as hard next time!
Right.
Smash to pieces!
At once. Here's your command.
How could I miss?
Take. I got it.
Oh, we're dealing with wounds. Oh dear. Well, not quite wounds, but we're in trouble.
Me if you can. Someone staunch my bleeding.
Love that ability.
You might learn something.
Lend me your strength.
Barracks down.
On your feet. Right to a most flattering obituary.
On it.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
On it.
Another battle.
On it.
Grovel before me.
On it.
Are you afraid of death, worm?
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
So we still have the theme Gino here. I haven't been able to locate him yet. So let's see if we can find him. Hunched, defeated-looking man sees you approach and stands up quickly. His eyes wide with hunger, his skin peppered with sores, dirt covered from sleeping on the ground. He calls out to you with a weak, trembling voice. I know why you're here. His voice cracks and begins to plead. You must believe the lies they've told you. I've done nothing wrong. And tell me your side of the story. I didn't do anything wrong. His eyes cast about as he was trying to get something to save him. People are spreading lies about me and I can prove it. I'll tell you where the bodies are. Just let me go, please. Stop babbling and say your piece. Tarantino's eyes rush and he almost can't understand what he's saying. I saw them burying bodies. It was outside the old walls in Twin River, in the undergrowth. I was there to see some fish from the river. And saw them disfavored were burying bodies. They want me dead for seeing bodies. Why should this matter? I don't know. They saw me watching and chased me. I only just escaped with my life. Hiding because they'll kill me if they find me. What about reports of people seeing you enter town? I have a family to feed. I forage in the wilderness and sneak into town to give them food. Nothing that people are saying about me is true. They're spreading rumors because they fear disfavored reprisal. They show them any empathy. Take me to these bodies, then. No, I can't go anywhere. They'll find me. They'll mark the area on your map and you can dig them up. Go. Find them and you'll see I'm telling the truth. Clear my name, I can finally return to my family. Where's the site? Near the old walls in Twin River, southwest of the river in a clump of undergrowth. Okay, I'll be on my way then. Okay, so. Back and forth, back and forth. I hate there's bad people on both sides, but that's kind of how it is these days, isn't it?
Sorry, I can't.
Bronze Thief. Thick undergrowth. At your feet lies an empty patch of earth nestled between grass tufts. The dirt appears to be soft and sinks slightly. Step on it. This is clearly the location Gino pointed out to you. Beneath the dirt is a collection of bones wrapped in tattered crimson rags. A shining medallion bears the sign of the blood chanter orders rests among the bodies. Bones. Markings of the bones indicate these blood chanters were killed by the iron weapons of the disfavored. Disfavored killing Chorus? I haven't heard it in these times, but these armies are much older than recent events. It seems the disfavored Scarlet Chorus started this feud a little earlier than we thought. I don't know, it feels a little bit like this is going the way of the whatever that famous feud was between rednecks. I'm trying to remember what it was called. Let's go ahead and tackle some of these other side quests, and then we'll work our way along. At the end of the road, a small child crouches next to an abandoned wagon, rummaging through its contents. From far, it resembles a bedraggled urchin. Smirking face. Oh! Oh, sorry, just a stretch. Oh! Resembles a bedraggled urchin, smirking face lined with dirt, her tunic torn and thoroughly stained. She spots your approach and lets out a small yelp, sprinting off in the copse of trees, vanishing from view. Follow the girl. You follow the girl as she waves between the trees until the forest gives way to the open fields of a small farmstead, empty from the last harvest. The girl leads you across the grounds, past 2 empty houses and a row of clay beehives, eventually racing into an open barn. As you enter after her, you see a clutch of children huddled in the rear, trembling as you approach. There are 6 of them, all gone. 6 in all, gaunt faces and tired eyes shared amongst them all. One boy drops a small knife as you approach, letting it vanish within the folds of straw at his feet. Children swear they are alone, claiming to be orphans from a massacred village. They fled during the fight and retreated to this farmstead. Its owners, they claim, slain by Kairos' forces. The barn is full of harvested rye and a few jars of stored honey. No doubt the reason why the children are still safe. Ask about the empty cart on the road. Some of the children exchange concerned glances before the little girl you trailed speaks up. Her voice wavers and she blurts out a stammering explanation. The cart was likely used by a traveling merchant and abandoned once soldiers clashed in the nearby area. Her eyes flick to the ground for a brief moment, long enough for you to follow its gaze to a leather boot, barely visible beneath the tied bundles of standing straw. You push past them and kick aside the bundles, revealing the corpse of a middle-aged man with multiple puncture wounds in his neck and back. Children grasp at the revelation, some begin to cry. The young girl pleads innocence, claiming the man discovered the farm attacked her, pinning her in the straw before her friends return and stab her to death. She begs you to believe her. Leave the children food and rings. Stored supplies will last the children another season, but not much beyond that. You open your pack and hand the children a few bits of cured meat, and more importantly, some rings, advertising to them nearby settlement and seek out care. The group is grateful but cautious, not budging from the protective cluster until you step out of the barn. Farmstead isn't very visible from the road, but trails leading to it, marked by worn bush and flattened grasses, will be spotted by other travelers. Orphans cannot hide for long. So, let's see. Alright, we're now going to Timbervale, which I believe was where Scarlet Chorus was? Prisoners in the of Timbervale, yep. Prisoners. Free the prisoners.
It's a tough job being so remarkable all the time.
Oh, looks like there's the group with a beastman in tow, by the look of it. I haven't fought a beastman before. Let's see how it goes.
Will do.
Send me your champion!
Too easy.
Huh, he's holding a weapon. Hello, Ray.
On it.
Are you afraid of death?
Will do.
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
This'll be fun.
Will do.
Oh, crap. Time.
Lift my feet. Can't move.
On it.
Oh, I dragged everyone down from above there. Oh, shoot. I might have just done a bad thing. Here, let's load back in from when I first entered in, because I don't want to fight everyone there. Probably just going to get killed. Pardon me.
I got it. Right.
Another battle. Bad at making friends.
Take that.
Too easy.
Send me your champion! Are you afraid of death? I am a shield wall of...
Under reach for the man who kills... Wow, seriously? You put so little into me.
I need to try a different tactic. This isn't working.
Someone put me out!
This weapon is like nipples on men. Useless. As you wish.
Rise on killing dogs! Feed tribes lives with flesh!
I got it.
Grovel before me!
Well, wrong weapon for the job. I need to try something else. As you wish.
This weapon is entirely worthless. Right. This weapon is entirely worthless.
Okay.
More bodies! Pile in our way.
I can't move!
I got petrified. Oh gosh. What was that? Beast Boy music. Earth calls to sky. Okay.
Watch and learn.
I'm currently petrified for... Oh, there we go.
Tell him I'm sick or dying under here. Smash to pieces!
See that? I'm entirely useless.
Feed tribes land. Flesh and blood.
I can't move! Are you afraid of death?
I'm trapped in place. Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
Can't move. I'm trapped in place.
pin. Oh, sure, the lock's open, but at what cost?
Bronze guitar. First time we've seen a melee. Kind of a fist use kind of weapon. Interesting. Alright, now. Another point. For Ebb. That's great. Let's see here. Mr. Cooldown. What can we throw on her this time? Gain a bonus for the frost damage, probably. Let's do that. And we got that quest completed now. Okay, good. We'll haul ourselves down to Kato Village. Kato's of course approach this home, so like others is abandoned. Okay, so where is our knucklehead? Ah, he's up here. Put in your weapons, mouth breather Nefcio. I give you my word that you and your men will be brought back to Ash, unarmed. Unharmed. Only to face the hard labor of the executioner's executioner's axe? Would Ash just forget about caravans being hijacked? You think you can just sweep that under the rug? I don't deny that you will answer to Graven Ash. His word is law, and you will find yourself subject to his mercy. Tense barks a fatalistic laugh. I'm already familiar with Ash's mercy. He doesn't tolerate the Scarlet Chorus, no matter if we had a decorated career. I could earn my name 10 times over under the voice of Narad. It wouldn't matter in Graven Ash's estimate. As far as he's concerned, we're just brigands and pirates, and he grudges us for fighting in his war. Debate all you want. You have nowhere to go. Drop your weapons or die here where you stand. Sucks to your options. I have a better idea. Get her, boys!
Another battle.
Come and face my iron!
Pay attention, kids.
We're just running around circles trying to get in each other's range. Just kind of funny.
I'm enjoying this a little too much.
Take me if you can!
Attention, kids. You might learn.
Will do. Take me if you can! Are you afraid of death? Come and face my iron! Come and face my iron!
Ooh, got an iron guitar. Now, let me see here, because she has the arcane damage. I wonder if giving her now do a compare. So the bronze will give her a little bit more DPS, but not as much enemy armor penetration. The whole point, though, was giving her armor penetration. You could also give her 2. So now she's doubly strong. Yeah, I like that. slashing damage. What's the cleansing bit? Hmm. Okay.
Whatever you need.
Curses. No way out. Hey, you. I'm assuming that look on your face, you're not here to let me escape. You assumed correctly. Now die. Hey, when Craven Ashes like you prove me right. Die, you motherless onion!
Too bad.
Motherless onion! I love it! Oh, what an insult. Right ahead and still have a little bit of resolve and finesse.
I will break you!
I'm trying to get them around each other. I can't really do it. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Get him back here. Oh, for Pete's sakes. Stop running around, you guys. Ah!
Apologies. Can't do that.
Grovel! For me! I got it. Right.
See that? Entirely useless.
Watch and learn.
Right. On it.
Good.
Oh, my hairpin. Oh, sure, the lock's open. But at what?
All right. Now, here we're going to go down and grab that supply cache. And then we're going to head our way back. Sweet. Today's journey is trying, owing to uneven terrain and dusty conditions. Reach a bend in the path and spy a small clearing off to the side. Several small rodents skitter away as you approach. At the edge of the clearing, you see a familiar sight. Leafy vines coiled around tree trunks. Ah! 400 of thin, yellowish-green stems sprout from the vine, a collection of stiff bristles and elongated hairs, each with a cluster of brightly orange berries. Remember, you don't notice any significant difference between these plants and the ones you counted previously. Examine the berries. Oh! Hang on. So, hang on. An hour later, you feel discomfort tightening in your okay. So hang on a second. I clearly thought I was getting the same kind of berries. Fairly not. Must have misread it. Suddenly undulating hills. Leaves like hills, safe from chills. Leaves like rain on any pain. As you continue the leaves, brown stained, dried, and crusty, small lines of climbing creature foraging the berries. Clustered together in tight grouplets, the berries. It's very difficult to determine without the two side by side. Suddenly undulating hills. Rub them slowly against your arm for a few seconds, which is to take as a good sign. An hour later, you feel distorted tightness in your intestines, one that escalates in intensity with each pain. Your stomach churns, the pressure in your belly intensifies, your guts seemingly turn to coil in knots. As the cold chill washes over your body, you recall the small rodents bounding away from the clearing. The droppings must have contaminated the berries. An astute guess on your part, but only made far too late. That was the one hint that I completely disregarded. Beads of sweat coalesce along your brow, and your intestines begin to burn. The pain is intolerable. You barely have enough time to depart the road and duck behind a tree before you empty your innards in opposite directions simultaneously. Everybody out! 2 exits, no waiting! Coated in nearby trees and shrubs in a violent, bloody, and sometimes unending spray. Stench alone makes you vomit again, forcing you into an unfortunate cycle of nausea, release, and repeat. Half an hour later, you find yourself splayed out on the dirt floor, panting and heaving. The cold sweat is broken, and the pain in your abdomen has subsided for now. You drink deeply from your water skin, exhausted and trembling. You stumble back to the road, grit your teeth, and continue onwards to your destination. Yikes! I just got dysentery. You introduced under 75, 50... Oh, well, will cause a long interruption. Oh, gosh. Yikes, 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 yikes. Okay, so when I look at this, until next rest, so I have to rest to get rid of it. Just like the disease that I got earlier. Of course, they're dead and their hostages are freed. Thank you. Every deed in the name of the Disfavor is a deed that helps solidify our hold in the hearts of the Tearsmen.
My armor feels lighter.
Found the bodies of the Bloodtenders who were hiding at Twin Rivers. What are you talking about? Voice drops as she continues a solemn quad tone. Bloodtenders in Twin Rivers? You saw what your soldiers did years ago, and now you want him dead. He's a resourceful run, I'll give him that. I'm impressed he survived this long in the wilderness. I don't know what he thinks he saw, but just guess it'll be against him if that's what you want. Yes, drop the charges. And consider Gino a free man again. I do not like this, but I will not argue the point. Now, if you were done here, I'd like to stop discussing it. Sheesh. Okay, so now we can speak with
Of
Gino.
course.
Good. Which is good. Okay, back to the big map. Sir's March. Have you managed to clear my name? Found the bodies. They were Scarlet Chorus soldiers. Reports tell the information treason against Kairos. Long before they started quarreling with the Chorus, they had every reason to want their witness dead. You spoken to this favored captain? I'm sure she could clear my name. You told what really happened. Yes, this favorite should give you no more trouble, or they will answer to Tunon. Fatebinder, this is the best news I've had in years. There's no way I could thank you enough for the kindness you've shown me. I'll go see my family right now. Throws his arms around you. Thank you.
Yes.
Good. Okay, now. Back to Twin Rivers to continue on with our big quest. Getting back at Radamon. Radamon and saving Zidania. I can never get her name. Zidania. I think it's because I keep thinking Zidania, but whenever I hear it, I say Zendaya, which is far more so it's okay. What time is it now? It is currently, I guess the day's only going to tell me Healer's Day, huh? Oh, does it actually say? Oh, yeah, 7th span of conquest. All right, so let's go ahead and do a camp. Get rid of this dysentery. Ugh. Now it's night. However, I should be able to get in some bonus to Eb's stuff because it's nighttime. I think there's also a camp thing over here, so. Yep, alright. Okay. Use the Old Walls Keystone. And we're in. Oh, looks like somebody's just been waiting on inside. Brotherhood soldiers eyed you with immediate distrust, holding up a hand and getting you to stop. How in the name of my fallen brothers did you get in here? Wait a minute. You're the Fatebinder, aren't you? I've heard of you. You're the one that removed the Edict of Storms from Sentinel Stand Keep. At least that's what people are saying. It's not especially impressive, but you haven't lived until you spent some time in the Old Walls. So, how did you get in here? Merrick gave me the keystone. So what happened to Merrick if you have the keystone? Why isn't he with you? So there was an altercation between some of the brothers. Some of your brothers and Merrick didn't survive. Brothers fighting brothers? We have bigger problems and shouldn't be killing each other. I suppose it's the price we pay. It doesn't explain why you're here. Tell me what you want or get gone. I need your help to find Forge-bound Master Zendaya. See? There I go again. Zendaya. Fair smiles. You're funny, Fatebinder. Radaman told me you can't be trusted. Keep you from getting in at all costs. So unless you've suddenly changed loyalties, you're planning on swearing fealty to Radaman, not getting past me. I'll swear you this. You and Radaman will both die before I bow to him. You motherless horse son. You'll pay for what you've done.
Heads up.
Probably would have been the same thing he would have said to me. Had it been anyone different. Alright.
We have company.
You guys are both attacking them.
Afraid of death. Worm. On it.
And you are slightly in trouble. Do a little weapon swap. Let's see if we can get you going a little bit.
Right.
You cannot win!
Will do.
This weapon is entirely worthless.
That's
How it's done. Pay attention, kids. You might learn something. It'll take more than that.
Will do.
And now we have an Ameth torch key. Okay.
I am a spoon. Over here. On it.
You cannot win!
This weapon is entirely worthless.
Right. I got it. Come and fix my iron! Can't do that.
Bane calls Matao, probably? It's ethereal. Gray's deflection. Okay, interesting. I think everyone's got a... This currently has a... Everyone currently has an accessory. Yep.
You see what I see?
I need a quick check on something. Where is it? I want to look at her stuff. Wearing light armor in combat. Okay, so it doesn't specify between leather or cloth. Okay, that's why I wanted to check.
See that?
Oh. That's my head are starting to hurt a little bit. Good thing my stream is only for another 30 minutes. Ah. I'll take the Garn. Did take the Amber. Okay, Amber it is. Research poison. This partial recipe describes the process of creating poison. More research is needed, so this is a inspired library. Upgrade.
That wasn't so hard.
I get another emerald pin
Send me your
and an immediate attack. Ah!
Right.
The attack was just the attack was expected. So
On it.
Are you afraid of death, worm? You are finished!
Too easy.
Will do. I got it.
That goes deeper in. Okay. Let's double back a little bit.
Found something.
Ah. Of course. Okay, this is going to be an obvious attack. Here.
Send me your common baseline! Iron! You won't get away that easily!
Get back here!
Oh, I'm enjoying this a bit too much.
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
I'm frightened.
Fall before me!
That's how it's done.
I'll omit that from the record.
Grovel before me! Submit to me!
Right.
Okay.
I got it.
So I can't get down there. Not yet, at least. Yeah, we can look down there. Okay, so we're gonna have to come back to this area. Bum, 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 running through the deadly desert. Through the halls of corpse and devils. Stop being weird. Alright. Next level. Ah, citron. Or a piece of parchment. Picks the sigils of the old wall's torch keys. Crudely drawn rose sigil in the center. Many passageways and rooms within sight, but beyond reach. Okay. What does this one do? Okay.
Heads up. We have company.
Do you have eyes on this?
On it.
On your knees, worm!
That's stuck.
Are you afraid of death, worm?
Will do.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
I got it.
This will be fun. I'm enjoying this a little too much.
Submit to me!
On it.
Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Get me if you can! I am a shield wall unto myself!
On it. Will do.
Oh, I'm enjoying this a bit too much.
I'll take a look. How hard could it be?
On it.
Grovel before me!
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
Will do. Will do. Will do.
Figured I'd make an example out of that one.
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
Don't know my own strength.
Okay, and if I put in the purple one, I probably trigger the other. Oh, it won't even take the purple. Alright.
Yes.
Guess we keep going this direction, huh? Oh, I didn't end up looting that guy because we got attacked, just as I was about to. It's the sigils of the old walls.
Huh.
Will do.
Sorry, I can't. Curious.
It's Garrick. Bloody dirt-smeared man cries out when he sees you. Thank the Forge Tender you found me. We have to get out of here before the Scourgers come back. We're the Brotherhood. I'm not sure which scares me more. Slow down. Who are you? Right, of course. I'm Garrick, Forge-bound apprentice of Lethian's Crossing. Long way from the settlement, I guess. I know. I guess I could say I lost my way, shakes his head. The worst possible way, I might add. I was searching the area near the Old Wall's entrance for unique metals or runes I could use in my crafting. I'm trying to advance to the next level of my apprenticeship. Impressing Forge Masters is much harder than it sounds, and Mesh Lahore is especially demanding. You really need to stand out, and I thought this was my chance. I didn't even know the Bronze Brotherhood was here until some of them showed up. I grabbed a discarded helmet and tried to blend in until I could get away. The leader thought I was a soldier who got stuck away from his post, so demanded that I return to my duties. I was scared, so I followed my orders and went inside. As soon as I could get outside, I started running to find a way out. There's supposed to be a path to Lethian's Crossing somewhere. He shakes his head. But that could just be a story. Of course, I got turned around and couldn't find my way back. Barricaded myself in here to keep away from the Bronze Brotherhood patrols and scourges roaming around. If you hadn't shown up, it'd only be a matter of time before something found me. Don't worry, I've cleared out the way for you to head back to Twin Rivers. You saved my life, thank you. Never thought I'd make it out of here alive. Promise I'll never enter the old walls again. The garrison spotted me after looked the other way. Guess it was only a matter of time before my luck ran out on me. He wraps his arms around you, crushing you in a tight embrace. He releases you, making a small, desperate sound, and flees into the darkness. It's a little odd.
On it.
Hi, Ray. Let me see here. Yeah, let's do accuracy. That's fine. Yeah, I am. So the software that I have is supposed to have an auto ban thing, but for some reason it hasn't been working with these bots. So I need to save the texts, then I can send it off to the developers to say so they can figure out what's going on. There's a diagnostics tool that I need to develop, but we're 20 minutes from being done, so I'm just gonna wait until that's there. Then I'll ban them. Ugh. Hmm. Ah, and a row. So hang on a second. We have two notes here. The John of the rose sigil in the center. Okay.
Will do. Send them at me in waves! On it. Then come and feast my iron! Right. Will do. A new dent. Will do. You are finished. Trouble is afoot. On it. I got it.
Grovel before me!
Oh, that can't be good.
Take that!
Charcoal rubbing.
Found something.
Is that close enough to trigger it? I think I did, but it looked like it is. I got that close. Along with the first parchment you found, you can see crudely drawn rose citron in the center and a crudely drawn citron in the upper left corner. Or the third can be seen in the adjacent, but it's obscured by blood. Oh. So, row in the center. Citron in the left. Emeth on the right. Oh, hold on a second. What's this? Symbol repeated with remarkable consistency throughout this place. Since research of the old walls is forbidden, it's most likely a simple meaning that has been lost to history.
I'll take a look. How hard could it be?
Oracle imprint is rough and incomplete, leaving the full design of mystery for now. Interesting. Okay, so we have not completed the whole area. There is the other direction I need to go. So go ahead and run back all the way back to here.
Curious. That wasn't so hard.
Sigil of Silic Energies 3. Nasty. But Still worth going after. That's neat. Hit small hole collects all the water pouring on the spouts. Occasionally the hole closes and the water drains to some unknown location.
Your days end here.
Come and face my iron! Smash to pieces!
Right. That's how it's done.
You are finished!
Take that.
Anyone else want some of this?
On it. Wait, I did that? Nice! Got it.
Smash to pieces!
I got it. I got it.
Take me if you can! That one rattled me hard. Fall before me!
Good.
Ah, got it.
Ooh, Dying Wish. It is Bronze Brotherhood armor. It's Martyr. Martyr. Heal nearby allies when defeated. Passive. Allied, not self. Ooh. Okay. Upon taking a mortal blow, Dying Wishes causes the body to expel the last of natural regenerative properties to nearby friends and allies. But it's off the Sun Lance. Ooh. What's it got here? Radiant. Plus 2 vitality, plus 2 wit, minus 30 damage taken, so I'll take a lot more. We have fire damage. We have sun rage. Release trails of erratic fire that seek random enemies in the area. When trails reach their targets, they erupt into pillars of light and flame, dealing fire damage. Damage scales with the sun lance's renown. Ooh, please, 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 I want that. Ooh, yeah, there we go.
I'll just hold on to this.
Sweet. Hey, 5 more minutes. Let's see how much deeper I have to go into this stuff. It feels like at about this point, I should be getting to the spire. 'Cause that's how long it's. This is how long it's more or less taken me to get to. It got me to get to the spire beforehand, so. Okay, so I wasn't able to get into there yet. Assuming there was something I was missing. Anyway, next area. Might be back down into the previous area though, so. Something sounds nasty nearby. Oh dear. Not another one of these things. Yep. Redmond stands before a roiling ball of blue energy. His head seems so bent to fold as light and shadow flit across his face. Wears an expression of pure ecstasy that immediately fades when the bridge retracts. Who interrupts me? He turns and sees you, his expression now one of fury. No! His voice contains equal amounts of authority and petulance. You cannot be here. This is for me, and I will not have you ruin it. How did you make it all the way through? You don't know the secrets of the old walls. One of his men hands him something small and green, and he slips it into his pocket. You are incredibly tenacious. I'll give you that, but that ends now. You do not belong here. He stomps his foot, his dry slap echoing through the enormous room and reverberating back in quick patter. You do not belong here! His men involuntarily step back away from his sudden rage. Just as quickly as it came, his rage subsides and he smiles, but doesn't quite reach his eyes. But he might as well be yelling curses at the encroaching darkness for all the good it will do to admonish you. You'll never leave Brotherhood affairs alone. Never keep out of something you have no business in. Still, I will applaud you. I never expected you would get this far. Who knew when you were throwing me out of my home, take my world from me, and sentence me to a life in the wilderness, and these walls, you would be here to witness my triumph. All I want is to keep Lethian's crossings. To protect, to keep it safe. I just want to be left alone. But since you clearly have no plans of giving me some space, some peace, you might as well stay for the main course, and trust me, they can't wait to sink their teeth in. Anything you'd like to say before you're torn apart? How's your head, Redamon? Bertie gets nothing but complaints. In fact, most people ask for their rings back. Figure someone as base as a fate binder would be keep equally crass company. Ebb smiles and blows Redamon a kiss. All you gave me was a mere scratch, certainly nothing to be concerned about. Your little stunt did nothing but make the inevitable triumph feel all the more glorious. Why'd you take Magebane home and kidnap Sedenia? They told me to. Redamon points to the glowing sphere and all the stone structures built into the walls. Once they start killing, they don't really discriminate. Flesh to rend is flesh to rend, you see. So this will ensure my safety. The helmet I can drive them back. They'll give me the glory, the chance to have Lethian's Crossings my own. He laughs, the sound eerily echoing back in the large chamber. Why Sedenia? To rebuild. We will need a master of the forge, and who better to take on that role? Master of all forges. You are absolutely insane if you think I will ever work with you. Better yet, why don't you come over here and let's discuss our plans for rebuilding? Monk grimaces and touches the purple mark under his eye. What is in that prison? A havoc. Redamon whispers the word in the throes of renewed ecstasy, a maniacal glint shining in his eyes that grows and ebbs in intensity as the light undulates over his face. The Kairos send his forces. They will win. I will raise Lethian's Crossing before I let him have it. Before I let you stop me. He looks to you, dangerously manic light in his eyes. This is my city! I found a lost sage. A subdued glee punctuates his voice. He seems strangely agitated, as if he wants to say all the words at once, but he's also fighting with himself to keep from saying them. He told me all about it. He sang such beautiful songs for me. You've gone completely insane. What happened? He seems so composed on Ironhall Trail. Redamon's eyes narrow. I am on the verge of having everything handed me, only to have you walk in with the attention taken from me. You begrudge me my emotions? I think I will particularly enjoy watching you die. Redamon's face grows red. You will not take this from me! He shouts. Lethian's Crossing is mine! They told me no one would believe me. They told me I would have to stand alone against the armies. I knew you were all against me. Only the Bane had given me the guidance I need. Don't think the Bane will kill you as soon as you release them? Of course they won't. Redamon looks at you incredulously. Bane be praised, I have the helmet with their name in it. When I walked in here wearing it, the prison shook. This will work. This is their will. What did you do to the sage? Redamon waved a hand dismissively. Oh, we intercepted him carrying a stack of books. I don't even know where he was going, but who better than a sage to ask about local history? He smiled, glancing inside, subconsciously licking his upper lip. He told me everything I need to know to access this place. Do you even know how to release the havoc? Of course! He shouts and stomps his foot again. He shakes his head at you as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world. special sage told me everything. He was very knowledgeable about the old walls in this particular region. The rumors of a key that could unleash the bane. He didn't want to tell me. I could tell he wanted Kairos to have Lethian's crossing, but I showed him how wrong kind of thinking can be. Bites the lip of his thumb, lost in thought. For a moment, you think he might have forgotten you were in the same room. Then he breaks his silence. He mentioned something about crystals and the 4 points of a compass, but it escapes me now. Frankly, he was singing so loudly that it didn't seem important at the time. 4 points of a compass? When twirls his fingers madly against the side of his head as he tries to remember. It had to do with unlocking the old walls. He found the clue in an archive somewhere. It said something about a compass. Ah! Finishes a pocket and produces a torn scrap of vellum. He drew me a diagram. Holds the scrap and looks at it with a frown. Of course, this is useless. Torn. You can't read it if it's not all there. It's useless! Maybe the vellum you got from the stage might be important. Momus was scratching his head, looking back and forth between you and the scrap. Finally, he relents, throwing it in your direction. Can't read it anyway, so it's of no use to me. Take it, why don't you? You're absolutely insane. This ends here.
Send me your champion.
Pay attention. Kids, you might learn something.
On it. On it.
Oh, watch and learn.
That's how it's done. Will do. Will do.
Terrible at this. How am I not dead?
Paramount sinks to his knees, coughing. Looking at him, bloodshot eyes wet with tears. How? This question is half-hearted and not really directed to you. How could this happen? Guess your plans didn't work out. They'll die with you.
Dead yet.
I am a shield wall unto myself.
To battle! Can't do that.
There we go. Finally. So we get his Axe of the First Brother. We also get the Magebane Helm. Now tier 0, it's nullified. 50% defense against spells. It's pretty cool. Fire a bolt of energy that explodes in an area around the target, leading and fatiguing all Bane inside the radius. Duration of this effect scales with the Mage's knowledge resound. It is heavy armor though, so I couldn't necessarily put it to. But I can take that in mirror. Torch key. Okay. We also got the Sun Lance. So let me take a look at my abilities here. What do I really not use? I've kind of stopped using the bleed. Let's switch that out, and we'll use that instead. Okay, so we're gonna stop there because we are at time. Glad they were able to finish that up. So tomorrow we're going back to Lego Star Wars, and we'll be doing episode 3 and 4. If truth be told, I think that'll be how long it takes. We will then come back here, and we will fight this Havoc and free Zedenia, and then we'll finish up the old walls. We'll probably get the Spire here as well and finish up with that. And I also need to send off some messages off to the devs for my software. Figure out what we can do about these spam bots sending these messages in. So I will see you guys tomorrow, and I hope you all have a good day. Take care.